Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku fell in love with Setsuna? Part 1. This story is my AB Alliance by DrawingDoc. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. Uwa Mess Hall. It was another ordinary day at the Uwa High School. Everyone was mingling within the cafeteria, celebrating the halfway point of their day. They discussed everything about their lives from pro-hero training to local hobbies. However, in this area, there were 3 students focused on a unique topic. It started with Izuku Midoriya. He was a plain-looking teenager with an average height for a 15-year-old. But, he did bear a few unique features such as curly green hair, round emerald green eyes, freckles on each cheek forming a diamond pattern. His school uniform, though perfectly intact, bore a red necktie that was tied in such a manner that its tip pointed at the center of his chest rather than his belt buckle, and to bring his entire attire together, he also wore a pair of red high tops. He sighed over his current role. Guys, I'm kinda worried about the whole class representative thing. I don't think I'm qualified. A girl across the table, Ochako Uraraka, responds to this comment with a mouthful of rice. Sure you are. She was a fair amount shorter than Midoriya, with a brown bob cut, brown eyes of the same hue, and rosy cheeks. The only thing that separated her from being an ordinary girl was the soft pads on her fingertips that activates her quirk every time she pressed all 5 fingers onto an object with one hand, which would explain her unique method of flexing one finger while holding a bowl of rice. You'll be great. Your courage and quick thinking under stress will help make you a worthy leader. Not to mention the strength you've demonstrated. Those are the reasons I voted for you, at least, Iida assured his green-haired friend. The final member of this trio, sitting next to the girl, Tenya Iida, was far taller and more muscular than his 2 companions. He had straight, disheveled, dark blue hair parted to the right with blue eyes hidden behind a pair of rectangular glasses. Like his compatriots, he also appeared just as normal as the others, only the top half of his body followed that rule. However, if you took a look at his legs, you would notice the 6 exhaust pipes on each of his muscular calves. You were one of the 3. Didn't you want to be representative really badly? I mean, you do look the part. 'Cause of the glasses. A sweat drop forms on the back of Izuku's head as he says, that's not how we should be voting for others. Wanting a job and being suited to it are quite different things. Observing the Iida family's hero agency has taught me that much, Iida responded. Agency? The 2 asked in unison. Hold on, what does your family do? Izuku questioned his spectacled companion. Oh, it's nothing, Iida answered. You know, I've been wondering something about you. Admit it, Iida, you're filthy rich. Sparks crystallized around Ochako's eyes as she connected the dots. I was afraid people would treat me differently if they knew about my family, Iida sighed. Pressure resonated from both cinnamon roll students as they continued to stare at the spectacled speedster. Iida shook his head. There was no turning back. He slipped one detail about himself. Now, he has to explain the rest of his story. You see, the Iidas have been pro-heroes for generations. It runs in our blood. What? That's awesome, Midoriya and Uraraka exclaimed. Are you all familiar with the turbo hero, Ingenium? I know all about him. He's a super popular pro with 65 sidekicks working alongside him at his Tokyo agency. Izuku burst out with his eyes lit up. Suddenly, the boy pieced together the connection between Iida and the famed pro hero, as shown by his widening eyes. Don't tell me, he's my elder brother, the speedster student proclaimed. Your family's famous. I can't believe it. Iida was clearly on a roll, bearing the others' attention. Ingenium is an unmatched commander who honors the hero code. As the second oldest Iida son, I strive to be just like him, Iida said with a smile. However, I think it might be a bit soon for me to be in a real leadership role. He turns his attention to Midoriya as he presses on. You, for example, you figured out what the judges were looking for in the practical exam. A representative needs that sort of insight. Both stared at Iida, gasping lightly. That's the first time I've seen you smile, Tenya. You should do it more, Uraraka remarked. What are you talking about? I smile all the time. It wasn't that Iida was super strict. He wants to emulate his brother, much like Midoriya, regarding All Might's legacy. Though at the same time, Izuku believed their classmate shouldn't be so hard on himself, given how clueless the green-haired teen was back in the practical test. Unfortunately, before Izuku could explain what happened back then, the school bells turned on out of nowhere, surprising everyone in the cafeteria. Warning: Level 3 security breach. All students, please evacuate the building in an orderly fashion, a voice called from the school's PA system. What's a Level 3 security breach? Iida asked one of the nearby students. It means that someone's managed to get past the school barriers. This hasn't happened in my 3 years here. We should get going. The student then bolted for the exit without another word. From there, utter chaos filled every corner of the halls. Shoulder to shoulder, everybody shoved against one another, and the students transformed the inner walls of the school into a battle of survival. Ow, this is a total mob. Ochako strained as she kept getting sandwiched between students. Everyone was quick to react. As I'd expect from UA students, Iida admitted. Yeah, but everyone's causing a huge panic. Isn't this too much of a reaction? Before he knew it, Izuku was caught by the current of students and swept away within the crowd. The constant pushing and shoving proved too much for the one-for-all wielder to handle as he was knocked off his feet and pulled further away from his friends. Crap. I can't stop. Oh no, Deku. Godspeed, Midoriya. Within seconds, the greenette was slammed face first into the windows of the hall. What is the press doing on campus grounds? Did somebody help them break in? Little did he know that in another area, Iida was wondering the same thing after swimming through the crowd to get a better look. A courtyard. Meanwhile, out on the school's courtyard, about 36 reporters and cameramen swarmed two of the teacher's pro-heroes. The one on the right was Present Mike, a middle-aged man with a slick radio DJ getup and long blonde hair slicked back and up for some reason. The other was Eraserhead, a plain, dark-haired guy about the same age as his co-worker, but unlike Mike, this guy was so lazily dressed in a black tracksuit that you'd think he was a trespassing homeless man if it weren't for his long gray scarf loosely wrapped around his neck. All you have to do is give us all might. He's here somewhere. A female reporter pressured the two pro-hero teachers. We said it's his day off, Present Mike remarked. Just give us one good comment on record and then we'll leave. I know how you people work. We give you an inch and you'll want a mile, Eraserhead deciphered. They are trespassing. That means they're kinda like villains. Why don't we just beat 'em up? Don't you even think about it. Unless you want your name dragged through the mud. Let's wait for the cops, Aizawa advised, to which Present Mike groaned. Mike, you better not have gotten that idea from Vlad King. I know he loves his students, but he can be a real firestarter when you don't want him to be. Aizawa thought. Hallways. Meanwhile, back in the school halls, the swarming of students only continued to worsen. I was afraid that it was some kind of attack on the school, but there's no need to worry, everyone. Iida attempted to deliver the news before he was shoved face first against the glass. Guys, calm down. There aren't any villains outside. It's just the press. Midoriya tried to get the news across, but suffered the same luck as Iida, as his back was pressed into another section of the glass wall. Suddenly, he spotted something strange. Somebody's right arm was sticking straight up in the air. That's odd. Why is somebody's arm pointing up in the air? Midoriya thought. His eyes widened when he realized the arm wasn't moving, meaning its owner was stuck in place. Oh no, they're trapped. Whoever's in there is going to suffocate at this rate. I gotta do something. With one hand latching onto a pillar for support, he reached out with his other hand to grab the trapped student's arm as he thought, come on. Come on. He tried to grab it, and failed, damn it. They're still too far away. He tried again and immediately caught them by the hand. Yes, finally. Now I just have to pull them back and we should be good. Midoriya started pulling on the arm in the hope of moving the student to the wall with him. A few times, he tugged the arm, and each effort failed. Almost, there, then, with one more attempt, Midoriya shut his eyes tightly as he pulled the arm with all his might to save the fellow UA student. And then, pop, he succeeded in pulling something towards him. Yes, Midoriya thought, I did it. I saved them. I saved. Midoriya opened his eyes for one moment, only to realize that he didn't save the person. Rather, the only thing he acquired was an entire right arm from the hand to the top of the shoulder. Midoriya started to freak out more and more. The boy's eyes widened, pupils vanished, and a high-pitched scream of terror erupted from his throat as only one thought came to his mind. Holy woe, I ripped an arm off. Listen up, everything is okay. All of the students gasped, including Izuku, as they halted in their tracks, looked up, and gave everybody the space to breathe. It's just the media outside. There's absolutely nothing to worry about. Everything's fine. We're UA students. We need to remain calm and prove that we're the best of the best. Iida delivered his message to the masses, immediately calming them down. Izuku watched Iida with admiration. He took a stand when things got rough, reassured everyone, and demonstrated true leadership skills in the moment when everything fell into chaos. Nothing else could have shown Iida's abilities to lead a class, no, an entire student body, better than that moment. Shortly thereafter, the cops finally arrived to detain the press. The trespassers were forced to comply as President Mike shouted obscene farewells to the unwelcome visitors. The crowd within the building disperses shortly thereafter, as they all return to their normal routines. Everyone except Midoriya, that is. Since that fateful moment, the boy remained where he stood as he continued to stare at the severed appendage with pure dread. Oh crap, what am I going to do now? I committed mutilation in UA. I can't just confess that I did the work of a villain. What would I say to them? To Mom, to Mr. Aizawa, Iida, Uraraka, all am I. Hey, Deku, where are you? Uraraka shouts in the distance. Midoriya freaks out and immediately hides the arm within the backside of his blazer before blurting out, Uraraka. Both Iida and Uraraka rush over to the greenette upon hearing his voice. The tallest of the three students speed walks through the dissipating crowd to Midoriya as he exclaims, "There you are, Midoriya. We were wondering where you slipped off to." Oh, hey guys, how's everyone doing? Midoriya asked nervously. Iida answered with pride, everything has gone back to normal. Thanks to Uraraka's assistance, we minimized student injuries. Now that the police have arrived to reroute the trespassing reporters, they have all returned to their daily routine. Midoriya relaxed as he thought, okay, that's a relief. Uraraka noticed that Midoriya has been sweating, or at least, more than usual. This prompted her to ask, are you okay, Deku? You're not hurt, are you? Midoriya blurts, no, why would you think that? Iida notices his friend panicking more than usual. So he throws in his prompt, you appear to be sweating more than usual. Do you need to see recovery girl? No, not really, I'm fine. Midoriya tried super hard to put both of his friends at ease, it's just that. Suddenly, as the green-haired boy subtly lifted his blazer by raising his hands in defense, he noticed something was off. Midoriya pats himself a few times before realizing one thing. Oh crap, my notebook's gone. Midoriya blurts out loud, I have months of work stored in that thing. Months. Iida wondered, what was in the book, if I may ask? Can it be replicated? Replicated? Of course not. I have footnotes for all sorts of quirks and hero work in that thing. Damn it, I can't lose all my hard work again. Uraraka watches the boy panicking more and more, so she asks, oh my gosh. That's awful, do you want us to help you find it? Midoriya stopped panicking as he faced his two friends, you want to help me find my notebook? Uraraka nodded as she admitted, yeah, totally. It'll be a lot better if we team up to look for your book together. Iida follows along as he waves both of his hands robotically, she's right, you know. We only have 15 minutes before the bell. And none of us can afford to lose recent knowledge found only within a single document. Can you describe to us what this journal of yours looks like so we can begin our search? Midoriya takes note of how earnest both of his friends are after confessing a new habit of his. Realizing this may be his one chance to reacquire such a priceless item, he agreed to it. He then answers, oh, okay then. Oh well, the notebook I need to look for is blue, with a few scorch marks on the cover. Oh, and there's a title taped on the front, labeled, Hero Notes for the Future number 13. Does that work? Iida straightens up as he announces, of course. That's perfect. Let us begin the search for the missing documents. Uraraka and I will search the cafeteria given the greater area. Midoriya, you track the book in the hallways. Any questions? You too. Midoriya and Uraraka answer at the same time, nope. Sounds good. The boy then looks away, embarrassed at their synchronization. Very well then. Let's move out, Iida shouts as he struts back to the cafeteria, as Uraraka follows along with her farewell, right? Good luck, Deku. Midoriya watches the two friends leave as he mutters, oh okay. Sounds good. Gee thanks, guys. The boy then looks around the hall for anyone remaining. Upon confirming no one was around, he sighs in relief as he draws the missing arm out of his blazer. With certainty that no one will track him down, he begins his search. Midoriya rushes across the hallway, hoping to find the owner of the arm and his notebook. He begins muttering to himself with the severed appendage in hand, that was too close. I'd better return this while Iida and Uraraka are occupied. Although now that I think about it, the arm doesn't look like it broke off by accident. The cut is perfectly straight, and no blood has left it so far, meaning the owner must have a transformative type of quirk. Not to mention, there's still a pulse, and it feels warm too, which implies the limb can still move. It feels lighter than usual, too, so maybe there's a secondary element to the quirk, like flight or telekinesis. Man, it would be a lot easier if I met the owner of this. Hey, excuse me, can I have that back, please? Exclaimed a voice along the hall. The boy was yanked out of his thoughts upon hearing a girl about 50 feet away and in front of him, asking for her arm back, and he immediately froze. Any words that came from her were immediately silenced as Midoriya analyzed the person coming closer to him while asking for her arm back. From a distance, the girl was wearing the female version of the UA uniform, a white blouse, a red necktie tied correctly unlike Midoriya, standard gray UA blazer, green pleated skirt, black calf-length socks, and brown slip-on shoes. She looked about his height and age, albeit about a few inches shorter. And both her eyes and hair were green, similar to Midoriya's. However, the girl's eyes were a deep, dusky green, and her hair was closer to a moss green, wavy, and extended a bit below the shoulders, minus one short clump of hair hanging at the center of her forehead. All of her locks of hair followed the same format of turning wavier and thinner as it reached the bottom. Her figure appears slender at first glance, yet as she came closer to the boy, Midoriya noticed she was also athletic and bore a fair level of curves, especially in her legs and waist. To the untrained eye, she appeared to be like any other high school girl. However, to Midoriya, this wasn't the case, as the feminine greenette has the right sleeve of her blazer trailing behind her like some misshapen cape. That one last detail transformed the boy from bashful to terrified in an instant. He grows even redder as he thinks, oh my gosh. Another girl is coming over to talk to me. She looks so pretty and kind of, wait. Hold on, her sleeve's empty. That's got to mean she's the owner of the arm. Oh crap, she's gonna kill me at this rate. Okay, stay cool, just talk to her like you would with a friend. He straightens his posture as he attempts some decent form as the new girl finally stands in front of him. The girl spoke up as she leaned forward and waved her remaining hand, hello. Anybody home? Midoriya wakes up from his stupor and squeaks, oh. Hi there. Didn't see you there. Damn it. Thought the boy, why is it so hard to talk to girls? The girl smirks at the boy's shy behavior, not much of a talker, are you, big guy? Midoriya goes a little redder as he replies, is it really that obvious? The girl originally thought the thief of her missing limb was some two-bit jerk putting up an act. The fact that the guy she tracked down was only a stuttering, shy boy put her mind more at ease. She then claims as she shrugs both of her shoulders, I wouldn't worry about it. It's not everyone's strong suit. Midoriya begins to calm down as the blush on his cheeks slowly fades away. Well, why you're not wrong. I guess. She then returns to the topic and asks once more, speaking of which, can you give me my arm back, please? Oh, right, answered Midoriya as he almost forgot why the girl was here, here you go. He then passed the severed limb by the elbow back to the girl. The girl grins at the notion, giving Midoriya the chance to discover that the girl possesses sharp teeth. They weren't razor sharp and shark-like his classmate Kirishima, but rather pointy yet soft like a lizard. She then gave him a simple, thank you, in sing-song dialect as she grabbed her missing arm by the wrist and tossed it in the air. It then split into 7 pieces as each flew around her and slid back up within the empty sleeve. Most people would have been shocked or put off by the display of power. But Midoriya, he was fascinated as he thought, Whoa. So, her quirk lets her divide herself into smaller pieces and fly them around at will. That would make her very mobile in the field. Although I don't think the floating pieces have much weight while in a fight. Maybe she makes up for it by moving her parts super fast. The girl looks back at the fellow greenette and slyly remarks while posing, "What? Did something catch your eye?" Midoriya freaks out over staring for so long as he exclaims, "WW what? No, it's not what it looks like, I swear. I wasn't checking you out at all. I just think your Q quirk is super cool. Not that I don't think you're cute. You're super cute. Very pretty even." The girl chortles at Midoriya's outburst, so much so that she leans into a nearby wall to keep herself from falling and rolling all over the floor in laughter. The boy stops the rambling notion, confused over her response. The feminine greenette reels in her laughter and replies, "Oh my gosh. You're a riot, man. You're funny when you're flustered." The boy looked away to avoid embarrassing himself any further in front of the cute stranger. She starts to calm down and straighten herself while brushing away any wrinkles in her blouse and skirt with her hands. The girl then walks over to him and admits, "Hey, don't worry about it, man. I know I'm a looker. There's no need to be ashamed about that." She then asks, "So, care to introduce yourself? Is this a good time to do so?" The boy questions while sweating, I don't mind introductions, but I tore off your arm a few minutes ago. Wouldn't that make things a bit awkward?" The girl understood what he meant, but she didn't want the guy to blame himself for the rest of the day. So, she answers, It's fine. You didn't mean any harm with that stunt of yours. I only popped it off 'cause I thought my arm got snagged by some school equipment. So, let's call it water under the bridge. Besides, you do have a better name than the arm thief, right?" Midoriya chuckled at the cheesy nickname as he admitted, "Why yeah, you do make a good point." He then reaches out his hand to the girl and says, I'm Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. It's super nice to meet you." The girl grins at the boy's introduction as she shakes his hand, leans towards him, and replies, "Setsuna Tokage from Class 1B. Pleasure's all mine, cutie." Midoriya fell into another blushing mess the moment she called him cute, albeit slightly more than before. Tokage noticed this move as she began to giggle and think, "Oh yeah. This guy's going to be fun to be around." Tokage then steps back as she asks, "So, it looks like we have some time left before the break ends. Care to walk around with me?" At first, Midoriya wanted to turn her down because he still needed to look for his notebook. However, seeing the girl smile at him with such a carefree and lighthearted attitude left him entranced. It wasn't the grand and bombastic smile he was used to seeing from All Might, yet, for some reason, he was drawn to it and wanted to see it some more. Thus, he decided that befriending someone from the sister hero class would be a good idea, so he replies, okay then. If you insist. And tags along with the girl to what he can only hope to describe as a casual stroll. The two start walking around the halls while Midoriya struggles to come up with a conversation starter. He thinks, crap, what do I do now? This is my first time talking with a girl since Uraraka. What do I say? Wait, don't panic, just ask a question and go from there. He turns to Tokage and asks, "So, Tokage, I saw how strong your splitting quirk was earlier. What's it called?" The girl was a bit perplexed over how the boy began their conversation, but chose to roll with it. My quirk. Oh, I call it Lizard Tail Splitter. Lizard Tail Splitter. Midoriya pondered over the answer. Is it because you have a minor mutation? Nope, no mutation. The girl cheerily exclaimed. I just call it that cause it reminded me of how some lizards tend to split off a piece of their body to escape. It started as a joke in my family, and I've been using it ever since. Oh, I see. So what about you, big guy? Tokage turned to Midoriya as she prompted her question. Since you asked me about my quirk, care to tell me the name of yours? My quirk. Midoriya suddenly realized that this was the first time anyone had asked about the name of his power. However, he knew he couldn't just spout the name, one for all, without putting her in danger. So he fibbed. Well, it's a power type. Power type. That's it. Tokage didn't quite understand the simplicity of the name. Why do you call it that? Well, you see, my quirk manifested recently, and I haven't used it much. When I do, it makes my attacks super strong, but at the cost of breaking my bones. So you're a late bloomer. Midoriya nodded to Tokage's question as she continued, "Ah, that explains a lot. The entrance exam must have been hell on earth for you, wasn't it?" "Yeah, it kinda was. I'm just glad I found a way to pass the practical component despite the odds. I mean, in the end, I made it to UA, so that's a relief." Midoriya sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. "So, how did you get in, Tokage? Recommend that." Tokage slammed her hand against her mouth, realizing what she was about to answer with. She slowly turned to the fellow Greenette, anticipating a face of dread, disturbance, distaste, or something. Instead, this happened. You got in on a recommendation?" Izuku asked with a blank stare. Yeah, I did. I guess it does sound a little off-putting. Don't you think? Oh my gosh, that is awesome. Wait, you don't think that's weird at all? No, I think that's amazing, Tokage. You must have worked hard to get into UA through a tougher exam. Who recommended you? Who? Oh, he was. Tokage struggled to answer as she never expected anyone to ask for further details on the topic. Finally, while stroking her hair with both hands, she throws out an answer. He's a support item engineer. He used to go to UA back in his day. Sorry, I guess you were expecting a pro hero or someone wealthy, right? Nope, not at all. Support item engineers are always working on the sidelines to help out heroes, no matter what. The guy who supported you must be pretty smart to send you in. Tokage giggles at that last compliment as she responds, "Well then, guess I'll have to introduce you to him in his place when I have the chance." Sounds like wait, for real? Why, you're not joking, right? Nope. Consider it the VIP tour hosted by yours truly. Tokage confesses as she flutters her eyelashes and flashes her sharp, pearly whites to the boy once more. Midoriya smiles awkwardly as he answers the offer with, "S sure. S sounds cool. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks." The bell then rings, signifying 10 minutes remaining before class begins. Tokage slouches as she complains, "Aw man. Already." Midoriya turns over to Tokage, who now has a cartoonishly gloomy cloud above her head, leaving him to ask, "Tokage, are you all right?" The girl rotates over to the boy to reply, "Yeah, I'm fine. It's just, damn it, now I have 10 minutes left before class, and I have to spend them doing something else. What a killjoy. And what's that exactly?" The girl then opens the left side of her blazer to pull out a blue notebook with a slightly charred cover. "I have to find the owner of this book. I kinda stumbled upon it while looking for my arm." Midoriya adjusts himself with an embarrassed look on his face, something Tokage picked up as she asked, You okay there, dude?" Yeah, I'm fine. It's just, well, that's my notebook." Izuku answered as he looked away while his face bloomed a crimson hue. "See, can I have it back, please?" Tokage realized that her job became a lot easier as she replied while lightly blushing, "Oh, sure. Here you go." She passes the notebook back into the boy's hands as she quips, "Looks like we're even now." Yeah, thanks so much for your help." "Don't mention it. Just happy to help." "Well then, we'd better head back to class now. See you around, Midoriya." "Oh, okay then, see ya." A short time later, a realization kicks in as Midoriya internally exclaims, "Holy whoa. I just talked to another girl." A text from out of nowhere announces, "No joke, he talked to one this time." Midoriya starts getting excited over his achievement as two figures approach him from behind. "Deku, Midoriya." Both students call out the boy in unison. "Gah," Midoriya squeaked in absolute shock. "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Are you all right?" Uraraka approached the boy and stopped a little too close for comfort. Iida continued the conversation while waving his arms around robotically, before finishing off with a dramatic bow, "I apologize for the intrusion. Uraraka and I have searched everywhere for the notebook. Unfortunately, we came out empty-handed. Forgive me for not acquiring your needed journal sooner." "It's okay, guys. It's all good. I found my missing notebook." "Well, at least someone else did," Midoriya answered as he pulled out the particular item from his blazer. "Really? Who was it, Deku?" It was somebody from Class 1B. She stumbled upon it while wandering the halls. We even chatted for a bit. I see. Bravo, Midoriya. I expect nothing less from our class representative. You not only acquired what we were tasked to search for, but also started relations with our fellow heroes in training from Class 1B. I knew you were the perfect candidate. Iida congratulated with more robotic movements and a boisterous smile. Class rep. Oh man, in the entire rush of the security breach, his current title completely slipped his mind. Oh, thanks guys. It was nothing. We better head back to class now. Of course. Let's head back to the homeroom, everybody. Right, announced Uraraka. Midoriya trailed behind his friends as he contemplated his situation. Though, come to think of it, an idea slowly formed in his mind, leaving him with a slight grin as he walked with his friends back into the Class 1A homeroom. He then tried to calm himself down by writing everything he could think of about Tokage's quirk in his notebook. Okay, so she calls her quirk, Lizard Tail Splitter. A mobile, transformative power that lets the user divide their body into several pieces that fly around at will. On the surface, it seems very useful for flight, stealth, and general-purpose movement. It may not be the best for hand-to-hand combat, so she might move her pieces around really fast to make up for the low mass. Now that I think about it, her initial rushed attitude might imply that her separated piece runs on a timer before she has to return it to her initial cut. Otherwise, the piece might become inert, making her less useful in the field overall. If that's the case, she might have a regenerative ability as a countermeasure. Though I can imagine it takes a lot of stamina out of her, which would at least explain why she never brought it up. Also, how many pieces can she split into? I already counted at least 8, so maybe more pieces are harder for her to manage and not lose overall. Oh, man, that also leaves the design of her costume. How is she supposed to use her quirk without becoming overly revealing? Both Iida and Uraraka watched their green-haired friend from behind fall into another mumbling tirade as one thought crossed their minds simultaneously. There he goes again. A front gate. How were ordinary members of the press able to bypass our security systems? Someone else must have been behind this. Some villain actually managed to infiltrate our school. But was this purely a show of power or a declaration of war? Their principal, Nezu, a short, well-dressed, anthropomorphic rodent, wondered with a sense of dread as he and the other UA faculty members stared at the door. Or at least, what was left of it, as all that remained of it was a pile of dust. During her walk back to Class 1B's homeroom, Tokage thought back about her time meeting Midoriya. I can't believe I didn't get more time to talk to the guy. He's pretty skittish, but he was fun to hang out with. At least he held a decent conversation with me, not like some earlier guys. She then stared at a door 6 times her height, labeled 1B at the top, signifying her destination. Another thought then crept into her head. Oh well, I can always try to meet up with him after school. I'm sure he won't mind. She then opens the door to notice most of the class is currently indoors, chatting with one another, all except for one other person. Class 1B homeroom. The prodigal student of Class 1B has returned. I was beginning to wonder if you would ever show up. A boy with short, disheveled blonde hair parted to the right and blue eyes appears before the girl. Oh hey Monoma, Tokage replied, sorry about the wait. Had to take care of a couple of errands first. Oh, no need to worry your head about that. You are Class 1B's deputy after all. It is quite the burden that many side characters, such as myself, would never take. Tokage was still a bit irritated that Monoma, since day one, kept on referring to himself as a side character. However, she only knew him for a few days and noticed how much he warmed up to the rest of the class, so she decided to cut him some slack. That being said, she wanted to eradicate the habit while it was fresh, so she replied, come on, Monoma. Stop bringing yourself down so much. Your work matters just as much as everyone else here. You're too kind, Tokage. Too kind. Monoma chuckled at the compliment. If it's not bothersome for you, may I ask what kind of errand you had to take care of? My errand? Oh, I had to deliver a notebook back to its owner. Is that right? Yeah, turns out it belongs to a guy from Class 1A. A cartoonish crack resonates from Monoma as his entire body turns black and white for a few seconds. He cranks his neck towards Tokage as the top half of his face goes dark. Heh. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Can you repeat to me who the figure was again? A guy from Class 1A. He's pretty nice. I think you'll like him. Class 1A. Have you lost your mind, Tokage? What are you talking about, Monoma? Don't be ridiculous. Class 1A is the enemy. We should be dominating them in every turn. Why would we ever resort to such callous vulnerability as this? Monoma, cut it out already. It's just one guy the first met earlier. There's no need to make a mountain out of a molehill. One guy is already a big enough threat to our place in the story. The argument kept on growing from there, with Tokage doing everything in her power to calm down the 1B fanatic, who kept on hollering obscenities about Class 1A. Everyone stopped mingling with one another as they slowly turned to the duo. One group of 3 was unlucky enough to witness the argument up close. Such a group included a boy with long spiky black hair, gray eyes, and a white headband with blue zigzags, a pale slender girl with dark Prussian blue eyes and a silver bob cut while raising her hands around her upper torso in a ghostly manner, and a tall burly young man with brown fur covering most of his body except for his face, which bears sharp teeth and golden eyes behind a pair of thick glasses. The girl, Reiko Yanagi, was the first to notice Monoma's iconic rant, "Monoma is being scary again." The first guy, Yosetsu Awase, stared at the scene in disgust while commenting, "Seriously, it's not even 5 minutes and he's already doing this again. What the hell?" The taller male, Jirota Shishida, threw his 2 cents in to relieve his classmate. "Please calm yourself, Sir Awase. It is not worth the effort to fight Sir Monoma after what occurred earlier today. After all, we all know his charade will not last much longer. So you want me to let that blonde baboon run his damn mouth off? You know what? Forget I asked. I'm going after him," exclaimed the headband-wielding student as he rose from his seat to confront the blonde in question. At least, that was what he wanted to do until another student stepped into the classroom and laid her hand on Awase, prompting him to stand down as she stepped closer and closer to the scene. With one fell swoop, she neck-chopped Monoma, knocking him out cold. Tokage stared at the whole scene playing out as she watched her classmate drag Monoma back to his seat. Itsuka Kendo. Who else but you would have stepped in to stop 1B's resident troublemaker? Kendo, the girl in question, was a few inches taller than Tokage and bore a similar build to her with slightly more muscle. She also had sharp teal eyes and long orange hair, which was currently tied into a ponytail on the left side of her head. The orange-haired girl noticed her friend looking down after the argument, so she walked over to check on her. "Sorry about that, Tokage. I didn't think Monoma would pull off that stunt after I left the room for a bit." "It's fine, Kendo. We both know the guy has a hole where his brain is supposed to be. I'm pretty sure the hole is where his heart should be, not part of his head." Kendo lightly laughed as a comedic sweat drop appeared on her head. All Tokage replied with was an eye roll. "Hey, you doing all right there?" "Oh, I'm fine, Kendo. You don't need to worry about me. Tokage, I know we met each other a couple of days ago, but I've seen that look you give enough times to understand something's wrong. What's on your mind?" "Nothing. Tokage, don't be a child." "I'm not a child." "Then stop acting like one. Then mind your own business." "My business is looking out for all of my classmates. That includes you, too." "What's going on?" "You wouldn't get it. Try me." Tokage wanted to deny once more, but one stoic glare from Class 1B's big sis was enough to get her to cave in. She then proceeds to huff before answering, "Okay. Fine. It's this class I'm worried about. Half of them here are causing enough trouble as is when we're not around. Heck, the first week isn't even done, and Monoma already has plans to make everyone square up with Class 1A. So you're concerned that Monoma is going to kickstart a rivalry with our sister class. I can help you quell the idea to keep it from happening." "No, I'm not worried about that. Monoma only got 3 people at most into the plan, and even then, they only want to fight one other guy. That's nothing your trademark, neck chop, just can't fix. Tokage took a moment to think her words carefully over the recent feelings she's been having. Then, when she figures out what she wants to say, she finishes her thought, "I'm at a loss with the guys. Most of them don't tend to think things through, the ones that do are either docile or worse. It's bad enough we have to babysit one guy all day in school. How are we supposed to keep everyone else in line? I mean, am I even qualified to handle this, well, this sort of thing? Tokage, you're one of the smartest people I've ever met. The fact that you're willing to think for a lot of us is the reason why they voted for you as our class deputy. You're going to do great, and I'll always have your back when push comes to shove. You mean it? Sure do. Besides, remember our time in battle class yesterday? The one where All Might was in charge. Tokage laughed at the memory as she responded with, how could I not, Kendo? The guy was hilarious the whole time. I mean, flashcards and shouting our school's motto every 20 seconds. For a guy who's called the symbol of peace, he can be a real mess when he's supposed to be teaching us the ins and outs of the job. She then cackles harder at the last line she spelled out. Kendo, meanwhile, glares in frustration as she pinches the bridge of her nose over the greenette's answer. I mean, do you remember your turn at the battle trials? Not All Might's, whatever teaching style he was going for. Well, yeah, I got to partner up with Bondo over there during my round. Tokage then points to a tall, bulky young man with straw yellow skin and a unique head shaped like a glue dispenser with a lappet on top, 7 eye holes, and a wide zipper-like jaw. Shiozaki and Rin may have been trouble for any other team, but not us. The plan I crafted with our Smedean Colossus was flawless. You mean the plan where Bondo spewed glue all over the enemy team while you snuck around to slap capture tape on both of their arms? That was pretty dirty, even for you. Hey, I resent that. I was in a villain team, remember? And I'll use as many dirty tactics as I have to if it gives me the edge. Besides, Rin may have figured out what my plan was after shooting his scales at me, but by then, it was a little too late. We won out of brilliance. More like you won because you got lucky with your only strategy. All Might criticized you for that move during your review, remember? Don't remind me, Kendo. It's bad enough that the big guy scolded me for relying on one plan. I'm not great at improv, you know that. Kendo only smiled at Tokage's outburst, which provoked the latter enough to retort with a tick mark on the side of her head, solid white eyes, and pointier teeth. Quit staring at me like that. It's not funny. Suddenly, the bell rang once more, signifying a new period had begun. The classroom door slides wide open as a tall, muscular, broad-shouldered, middle-aged man enters the homeroom. The man in question has short, spiky gray hair mostly directed upwards. Small, dark red eyes, a faded, X-shaped scar around his left mandible, and a wide mouth with prominent lower fangs. For his outfit, he was wearing a skin-tight crimson bodysuit with a U-shaped collar in the front, a black Y-shaped trim around the same area, broad black arrows pointing diagonally downwards across each shoulder, white above-knee boots, thick white vambraces over the forearms, a 3-piece metal belt, a transparent orange mask covering the top third of his face, and a thin wire of the same shade as his vambraces snaking from his left forearm to the back of his neck. All right, maggots, back to your seats. Class is about to start. All of the students rushed back to their desks upon noticing the return of their teacher, Vlad King. He then pats Kendo and Tokage on the shoulder, except for you two. I need you to make some announcements first before we continue. Tokage then quips to Kendo, well, Rep, let's get started then. Kendo then releases a visible sigh. This is going to be a long day. Sometime later. All right, class, that's enough indoor lessons for now. It's time to move out for field work. Field work. A student with a comic bubble for a head asks as several question marks appear on his face. The third day, and we're jumping back into hero training. I should have guessed that if means beating Class 1A in their own game. Monoma commented with his usual smug charade. Sir Khan. Shishida questioned the teacher, what category of training do you have in mind for us today? Stealth. The Crimson teacher pulls out a violet flashcard with the title of today's lesson. You'll be working today on hiding, pursuit, and every element necessary for a surprise attack against the villains. Is this a good idea to teach everyone? Asked a short, round young man with icy blue hair and black eyes. This type of lesson only seems to be suited towards students with espionage-based quirks. How is this meant to benefit everyone else? You're not wrong to bring that up, Shota. Not everyone possesses quirks best suited for an espionage mission, myself included. However, that doesn't mean these lessons can't be used for everyday work. Something as simple as catching a purse snatcher off their guard will be effortless if you know how to be discreet. Take the heroes Eraserhead and Hawks, for instance. The Bluenet, now known as Shota, nods as he quietly replies, "I see, my apologies, sir. Don't worry your head about it. Now then, suit up for hero training and meet me at Ground Omega." "Yes, sir," the whole class responded. A few seconds pass, and nothing happens. Vlad King slams both his palms onto the desk as he shouts, "What are you waiting for, maggots? We have a lesson planned outside. Hop to it." This sent all of the students scrambling out the door as everyone headed to the changing rooms. Ground Omega. Everyone dashes to the site known as Ground Omega. Tokage was the first to arrive to the site in her hero costume, a medium green skin-tight bodysuit with a scaly texture, black fingerless gloves with beige cuffs, jet black calf-length boots with silver racing stripes facing the outer legs, a dark green domino mask with a black border, a thin black belt around the waist with a round gunmetal buckle, and large pieces of black armor on her elbows, shoulders, knees, chest, and hips. The site before the girl was a circular, rocky, forested area with thick, concrete walls surrounding it and a golden omega letter signifying its only entrance and exit. "Hey, slow down, will ya? This isn't a race." Tokage turns around to see her close friend Tetsu, yes, that is his real name, rush towards her with several heavy pants. The boy in question had a highly ripped physique despite his young age. Messy, chin length, steel-colored hair, black eyes surrounded by thick tan eyelashes, and razor-sharp teeth. The hero costume he was wearing didn't leave much to the imagination as it only contained a dark green pale, baggy jumpsuit that extended up to below the chest, X-shaped metal suspenders with a red oval gem in the center, thin metal bands around the middle of his biceps, a steel jaw guard with the letters "Fei" etched on either side of his jaw, and black ankle-length boots with metallic plating on the soles, heels, and front. "Come on, Tetsu, you know how much I love the outdoors. Don't you think the fact you're falling behind means you're getting, I don't know, slow?" "Ha, you're calling me slow? You're the one who sped off to leave the rest of the class behind, again. That's so unmanly. Hey now, no one batted an eye when I did that yesterday. I don't see why you would complain now." "That's not what I meant. And you know." A pair of head chops silences the two of them as a third student enters the conversation. "Knock it off, you two. Can't you guys save your energy for today's lesson?" Meanwhile, everyone else arrived in their hero costumes, ranging from elaborate skin-tight clothing to a pair of slacks for some reason. "Hey, what was that for kendo? That hurt. Ow, what the hell kendo? You almost chopped me before I turned on my cue." Tetsu wanted to complain to Kendo over her violent intervention, only to gawk with a red glow on his cheeks once again upon viewing her costume. The orange-haired girl's costume consisted of a teal, short-sleeved, knee-length kipao with simple gold trimmings, black short pants, a double-breasted corset around the waist, a loose brown belt with a gold buckle, and white-heeled navy blue boots with wide vamps. Tokage turned to her steel-color-haired friend as she thought one thing, "I knew it." While she snickered over the interaction between the two, "Ah," was the only thing that exited Tetsu's mouth for the next minute or two. Kendo grew concerned over her gray-haired classmate, wondering if she hit him too hard. Tetsu. Are you all right? It's about time you maggots showed up." Everyone looks up to witness Vlad King on top of one of the observation towers linked to the training grounds. He hops off the railing, shouting in front of everyone while falling, "Welcome to stealth training," and lands in front of everyone with his right fist, right knee, and left foot firmly planted into the ground, kicking lots of dirt in the process. The dust quickly dissipates as anyone unlucky enough to be close to the landing coughs their lungs out. As the dust settles, everyone in Class 1B gawks at the two figures before them. To their surprise, they discover their blood-based teacher standing tall and proud alongside another teacher to his right, Present Mike. "What's up, lads of Class 1B? Glad to see you can join us for the spectacle at Ground Omega," Present Mike announced as he stepped in front of Vlad King, Are you ready? The whole class remained silent over the introductions, while Vlad King stared at his coworker with heavy concern while covering both of his ears. Damn, Eraserhead. How are you not deaf after hanging out with this yeller for so long? Ooh, tough crowd. Anyways, as my blood bro was saying, welcome to your first day of stealth training. The silentest, yet deadliest part of hero work. I can easily think of worse. Present mic. A holographic projection of the map is displayed behind the pro heroes and high enough for everyone to see. The map took the form of a large circle with an omega symbol written on top, several red dots randomly moving within the ring, and a larger green dot at the center. In case nobody knows, here's what y'all gotta do. Ground Omega is crawling with scary robots patrolling the field, the kind that's hardwired to attack anyone in its line of sight. And hosting in the center of the grounds will be your objective. The projection zooms in to showcase a large, light gray, cylindrical podium containing 5 colored sticks pointing upwards: red, blue, yellow, green, and white. More robots come into view behind the podium to better signify the challenge. The center of this stage has the most amount of robots guarding a stand with 5 colored batons, each signifying a specific team color. All you gotta do is get to the center of the field, grab your team's stick, and rush out of the field as swiftly and secretly as possible. Present Mike exclaims while comedically dancing in place. Vlad proceeds to chime in, not wanting to risk being smacked by the DJ's flying fingers. To keep the exercise interesting and to make sure nobody is slacking off, we'll have 2 random teams of 4 enter the forest per round, and we'll keep going until all teams do the exercise at least once, with one team going twice for an extra challenge. You'll also be monitored by us in one of the watch towers, as well as a scoring system created by the one and only, Principal Nezu. Don't think a high score will get you anywhere, it's designed to tally up the total number of mistakes made per team. You'll get 1 point for every robot that spots you, 5 points if you happen to be spotted with a baton, 8 will be rewarded for each sign of environmental damage, 10 points if you leave any evidence of yourself being present in the woods, 50 points if you fail to deliver the baton outside the field on time, and 75 for every teammate left behind by the end of the challenge. Also, don't you dare think about leaving any of your comrades behind before time runs out. Try it, and your team will get 50 more points for every teammate dumb enough to commit this unforgivable act. Got it? That last part shook everyone to their core. Even if some of them weren't as good at math as the others, all of them knew that abandoning even one of their teammates would cost them greatly in the long run. Present Mike stepped in, equally terrified of the punishment, as my partner was saying, yes, leaving one of your teammates behind on a dangerous mission is a serious no-no in this line of work. Even if it's training, it's still taboo. Fortunately, there is one way to dock your score in case you get caught. Since the exercise is meant to be completed as soon as possible, every second your team has to spare after exiting this field of carnage will drop your overall score by 1 whole point. I know, we're being generous here, there's no need to thank us. The team with the lowest score at the end of each round will be declared the winners. Now, are there any questions from our colorful audience? More silence follows from everyone, be it from total understanding or complete shock. Wow. They're way quieter than Eraserhead's kids. What did you do to them, Vlad? Mike turns to look at the other teacher who gave the loud hero a thumbs up. The vocal hero wasn't quite sure what that meant, but he chose to roll with it to be safe. Alright then, now that we're all up to speed, get ready to draw maggots. Hey, not cool man, don't steal my thunder. 2 drones carrying a closed crate of colored balls flew down in front of the heroes, signifying that the entire class must come forward and draw their lots. The teams created were as follows. Team Red Nito Monoma, Kosei Subaraba, Sen Kaibara, and Narengeki Shota. Team Blue Hirayu Rin, Togaru Kamakiri, Kanoko Komori, and Jirota Shishida. Team Yellow Juzo Honanuki, Honi Tsunotori, Reiko Yanagi, and Manga Fukudashi. Team Green Setsuna Tokage, Itsuka Kendo, Tetsu, and Shihai Kuwaro. Team White Abara Shiozaki, Yosetsu Awase, Yui Kodai, and Kojiro Bondo. The Green, Steel, and Orange Trio are relieved that all 3 of them are together for the exercise, or at least Tetsu is, since he trusts the judgment of his other 2 friends. They soon realize that they need to search for their final member within the crowd. Fortunately, someone reached out to them first. Ahem, pardon me, are you guys, Team Green? Prompting all three to turn around to witness Shihei Kuwaro standing before them. The guy in question was a fairly tall young man with fluffy white hair and dull gray eyes. What stood out the most about him was his pitch-black skin tone, dark enough to allow no light to reflect off of him. Even though his attire mostly consisted of a black high-collar jumpsuit, he also wore light gray wrist guards and shoes to at least show where he was standing. Kendo greets the new member. Oh, yes. Hello there. You must be Kuwaro, right? It's nice to meet ya. While waving her hand to him as she smiles. The orange girl expected Kuwaro to be a bit shy, given his loner tendencies from yesterday, but the boy's response threw her for a loop. Yeah, that is me. He then elaborated in a hushed tone while heavily blushing. Oh great, I didn't know she had a crush on me. Pardon. That was all that came out of Kendo's mouth as she didn't quite hear the last part. Tokage then shoved Tetsu towards the remaining teammate while telling the metal man, here, you talk to him. Tetsu didn't quite understand his greenette companion's motive at the time, but agreed to the plan as he greeted Kuwaro. He was surprisingly easy to talk to, even though half of Kuwaro's dialect consisted of dark, gothic, and edgy content. While that was going down, Tokage trotted over to Kendo, who was still reeling since her introduction to their fourth teammate. Hey, are you sure it's a good idea to have Tetsu talk to him? I mean, I get he's a social guy, but he's pretty loud too, right? I wouldn't worry about it if I were you. Tetsu's dense, but he has enough wits to dial it down a notch when needed. Besides, even if it wasn't, I doubt Kuwaro would listen to either of us. What is that supposed to mean, exactly? I'm not trying to scare him off, you know. Relax, Kendo. Don't take it too personally, or cover your face with your handy quirk for that matter. I don't know much about our class's Prince of Darkness, but I have watched him enough times to know that he prefers to either spend time alone or with other guys. On that note, I did hear him wonder if you had a crush on him. It's kinda of adorable if you ask me. A crush? Kendo blushed heavily at the idea. You're not serious, are you? I am. Anyways, social cues aside, he may be our best bet at winning the exercise. After all, his quirk lets him merge and travel within shadows. We can use it to sneak past the guards without bringing everyone too near the checkpoint. The key here is to get him to trust us, without him wondering if we have ulterior motives. And I take that you don't have any ulterior motives yourself. You did call him adorable earlier. Nope. Nice try, Kendo. I know a good-looking guy when I see one, but Kuwaro ain't my type. Really now? And what is your type, exactly? Tokage blushed a bit at the idea, as a brief silhouette of someone popped into her mind. She quickly responds with, that's classified, and spins away from Kendo while walking towards the male duo. Kendo remains dumbfounded as she utters, classified. What's that supposed to entail? Several horns go off to garner everyone's attention. Alright everyone, that's enough intro mingling for now. Let's give a warm welcome to the first two teams of this maniacal matchup. A holographic projection appears behind the vocal hero once again with two spinning wheels on each side and a V's tag in the center. Who could it be, you may wonder? Your guess is as good as mine, folks. The wheels begin to slow down more and more, leaving everyone in anticipation. And the results are, both wheels stop at once to signify the first two contestants that present mic shortly thereafter announces. Team Green versus Team Yellow. You heard him, lads. Anyone in those teams, line up at the start. You have 1 minute. The projection then transfers into a digital clock showcasing the amount of time left before the round begins. All 8 members of each team gather at the marked entrance of the field. While they were lining up, a boy from Team Yellow walked over to Tokage. Well, looks like our first rival match is about to start. Feeling nervous, the girl turned to her right to witness the one who asked her, Juzo Honanuki, the other student in Class 1B, to enter through recommendations. He was fairly tall, with pale skin, ash blonde hair, and sharp black eyes that darted at the girl. Tokage could tell that the boy was giving her a smile that resembled a mix between relaxed and confident, even though the lower half of his face was covered by a black mask with orange-colored side plating and a dark gray nose guard. As for the rest of his hero costume, he wore a black bodysuit with orange armor plating on his chest, arms, legs, and shoulders alongside a pair of orange shoes with white soles, gray front plating, and green backsides. Oh, don't you worry your skullified face about me, Honanuki. I got the perfect plan that will blow you and the rest of your team away. The greenette smirked back as she turned her attention back to the starting line. You better hold on to that promise, Tokage. Honanuki gave a light chuckle, be it from the nickname or the declared rivalry, 'cause I don't plan on holding back on anyone. Least of all you. He then paces back to his male teammate, whose outfit looks fairly comfortable with the sweater and slacks at first, but bears more comical features thanks to the blank manga template mask and ink bottle-shaped armor pieces on his feet and chest. Since the guy has a comic bubble for a head, the design ended up looking more complete than anything. From then on, everyone was dead set on waiting for the timer to count to 0, all except Kendo, who had one last thing to say. Tokage, I hope you know what you're doing. Ready, Mike announced at the watchtower's radio station. Upon hitting 0, the horns blared as the projection switched to the word, start. With a timer set to 15 minutes down below. Begin, and they're off, ladies and gents. With both students who got in on recommendations leading the charge. Both teams dash into the woods with all of Team Yellow following Honanuki to the right and everyone in Team Green following Tokage to the left. As the two teams venture further into the training grounds, several drones watch over the 8 heroes in training, while Present Mike's voice dominates the broadcast. Oh wow, it hasn't even been 10 seconds, and they're already splitting off. I can't wait to see what plans they've got cooking down there. Tetsu was still unsure what Tokage's strategy was, so he prompted a question, so, care to explain what your crazy plan is? I get you and Kuwaro have quirks suited for stealth, but Kendo and I don't. How the heck are we all supposed to sneak over to the center without getting caught? That's the neat part, Tetsu. We don't. Huh, what do you mean by that? Mr. Mike said we need to grab our baton and then head back. Yeah, I remember that, but he never mentioned we all had to be there. I'll send Kuwaro to the site to grab it for us. Kendo then chimed in, so you're telling us that your entire strategy is to send Kuwaro by himself to get the baton. Please tell me that's not all there is to it. Come on, Kendo, that's ridiculous. That's where I come into play. I'll have Kuwaro hitch a ride into one of my palms while I fly him over to the spot. I'll also send one of my eyes to keep a lookout for any trouble. Meanwhile, you two are on guard duty in case any robots start peeking in our direction. But no attacking, got it? Alright, I get it, no smashing this time, Tetsu complained, not wanting to incur the splitting girl's wrath. Kendo, alright, sounds reasonable, I can work with that. How about you, Kuwaro? You good with the plan? Everyone pans to the ebony edgelord in question as he blushes once again while looking away from the girls. I guess I don't mind holding hands, if that's all there is to it. Perfect. Tokage then spots a couple of fallen trees with plenty of leaves for coverage. Over here, guys. Let's camp here for now. Ooh, looks like Team Green is going into hiding before hunting for their objective. An unorthodox attempt. But then again, there are creaky crawlies everywhere, so I can't blame them. What do you think they're up to, Vladdy boy? They're crafty kids, but there's no way they'd run off that easily. Come on, kids, stop floundering in the dark and show the others what you can do. All four head over to the foliage, but not before covering their tracks. Afterwards, Tokage splits her left hand from her body, prompting Kuwaro to touch the floating glove and hide within it. From there, she splits off her left eye from her head and floats both pieces above the canopy and towards the center of the stage. Whoa, looks like Tokage is sending a couple of pieces of herself after the baton. I get that she would hide in the canopies, given we have no flying bots, but wouldn't it be easier to send her whole body then? The ride was pretty short, fortunately, as there weren't any aerial enemies to contend with, as Mike said beforehand. She quickly spotted the stand in the middle of a ditch with about 3 dozen one-pointers and 2-pointers keeping it company. She then lowers both her eye and hand behind a nearby tree, allowing Kuwaro to leap off the hand as Tokage calls on her earpiece, alright. We're here. You know what to do, right? The boy responds by clicking on his earpiece. Yes, copy that, I'll be back in a minute. Kuwaro then warps into the tree's shadows, using it as leverage to jump from dark spot to dark spot and sneaking past all of the guards. Whoa, I don't believe it. Tokage used her quirk to help Kuwaro sneak past all of the guards in little to no time. Now that's clever. AHA. That's how it's done, girl. Show 'em who's boss. Vlad, you do realize that no one else is here to witness this, right? Then, when all of the guards looked away for a moment, he sprouted from the shadows. He then rushes over to the stand, grabs the green baton from the holster, and stuffs the item into his suit so he doesn't drop it on the way back. Good work, Kuwaro. Now, head over to where my pieces are so we can get out of here. Tokage instructed the shadow feed student. On it, Kuwaro proceeds to extend his hand back down to activate his powers again. However, before he could merge back into the grass, someone shouted. Poof! Suddenly, a huge fog in the shape of katakana rolls from one direction and covers the surrounding area of the baton stand. The shadow walker freaked out over the move he's witnessing, hearing all of the robots panic over the smokescreen. What is the meaning of this fog? This wasn't in the fleshy lady's forecast. Quote, no idea. All units, activate your shutters. The dust is damaging to the lenses. Tokage, we got company. He tried to reach into the ground once more, hoping to at least hide within the shadow of a blade of grass, but things started to go from bad to worse. Soon enough, the ground started melting underneath him as the liquefied dirt proceeded to swallow everything from the confused robots to Kuwaro himself. Then, the ground solidified, leaving the boy trapped from the waist down within the earth. During this time, Tokage was forced to move her floating eye upwards to keep any dust out of it. She also squinted her eye, just in case her reflexes proved to be a bit too slow. With both pieces higher up in the air, she opened up her eye once more. The girl then glared towards the direction of the steamy smokescreen, discovering the two who were responsible for the mess, Juzo Hononuki and Manga Fukudashi. Ooh, looks like Team Yellow is making a comeback with Hononuki's softening skills and Fukudashi's SFX. Now that's gotta throw a wrench into the works. Even when far away, something told Tokage she could hear her recommended rival quip, sorry. Don't say I didn't warn you. She then looks a bit to the right to see Reiko Yanagi, whose hero outfit followed that of a Japanese horror movie ghost with her pale blue, long-sleeved kimono, a white fluffy hood, a black and white striped haramaki wrapped around her upper waist, a black mask covering her lower face and neck, and a pair of long black socks fitting underneath a pair of beige geta. The greenette found the other girl floating to be a bit unnerving, until she realized Yanagi was riding on what appeared to be a pair of horns, most likely belonging to their fourth teammate, Honi Tsunotori. Oh no, Tokage thought as she continued to stare at the greenette who hovered above the target pedestal, telepathically lifted all the remaining batons into the air, and then dropped all but the yellow one before collecting it herself and flying back to the team. After she spent enough time gawking at the ghostly student, gritting her teeth, and cursing, damn you, Hononuki. Tokage redirected her attention back to locating Kuwaro via her earpiece, realizing she had lost track of her teammate. Kuwaro, hey, can you hear me? Tokage, are you still here? I am, but I can't see you anywhere in this fog. Where are you right now? I don't know. My eyes are still burning like hell down here, and I don't see any shadows I can reach out to. Oh great, okay, I can see the fog lowering from up here. Raise one of your hands and I'll come to you. Once you feel my hand, just turn on your quirk, and I'll take care of the rest. Is that clear? Crystal clear, ma'am. Good. Kuwaro then does as she orders and lifts his right hand as high as he can go. Fortunately, it was enough for Tokage to recognize one of his fingers nearby. She floats her appendage over to Kuwaro's hand and grabs it, prompting the shadow user to merge with her glove. Both then proceed to float back towards the safe house to regroup. Woo-wee, that was a close one. The stealthy members of Team Green got out of that foggy situation in no time. Can they keep this up? I told you those kids were tough. It's gonna take more than a little smoke and mirror stunt to take them down. Unfortunately, before they can make it back to the hideout, the worst case scenario occurs in Tokage's plan. Her hand goes limp and starts to fall. Her eye follows shortly thereafter, signified by its iris turning dull and cornea going opaque. To add insult to injury, both pieces descend into a creek, forcing Kuwaro to ditch the hand before he drowns. Ooh, tough luck. It looks like Tokage's splastic quirk has reached its limit, leaving Class 1B's resident edgelord in the middle of nowhere. That's not a good situation for them. I'm sure they'll recover. It'll take more than a good soaking to pin them down. The shadow student in question was drenched, but he at least recalled the direction they were flying. He was about to make a run back to his team, only to hear mechanical whirring growing louder. Who goes there? Filthy human trash. You have no place in this sacred ground. The robots didn't spot him, but he was too far away from the trees to make a run for it. So he merged into the shadow of one of the nearby rocks before any of the mechanical guards came too close. Meanwhile, back at the hideout. Shit, what's wrong, Tokage? Did we lose Kuwaro? Kendo asked the greenette. No, worse. I lost track of Kuwaro and the timer for my hand and I just expired. Damn it, I knew I should have recalled my pieces earlier. She proceeded to facepalm herself with her remaining hand, before turning on her earpiece to contact the missing teammate. Kuwaro, can you hear me? Are you alright? Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks. A bunch of robots closed in on where I'm at, but I managed to find some cover under a rock before they spotted me. Okay, good to know. Do you see any nearby landmarks we can use to track you? Well, I know there's a creek nearby, and about 8 other robots scanning the area. Sorry, that's all I can offer. Alright, we're coming over. Stay where you are. Tokage, did you mean to call Kuwaro under the "call everyone" tab? Tokage then hung up the radio in total shock as she turned over to Kendo, who finished scouting through the leaves for any guards. No, not really. Wait, where's Tetsu? Now that you mention it, I haven't heard him for a. Hold up, why is Tetsu running out of the hideout? Does he have a plan to save Kuwaro? Both were close enough to hear Present Mike's announcement for Tetsu's disappearance, leaving both to wonder, oh no. Where did he run off to? They then hear a steely shout in the distance, hold on Kuwaro. We're coming. Both girls look outside in the direction of the noise, to then spot Tetsu dash over to find his shadowfied friend. Idiot, you're going to get spotted that way. Both girls holler in unison. Quick, let's go after him, Kendo announced. Right, hold on tight, I'll give you a lift. Tokage nods to the idea as she divides her body in half from the waist, wraps her arms around her friend, and flies in the direction Tetsu was dashing towards. I guess not. I don't know what happened between the three, but it looks like somebody decided to go rogue. Mike, remind me to yell at the kid after the round is over. You do realize this thing is still on, right? Quote. Whoops. All of the students outside spawn a comedic sweat drop on their heads, be it confused or scared at Tetsu's upcoming punishment. One of the robots in the area, a one-pointer, turned to the rock Kuwaro was under. That's peculiar. My database doesn't recall rocks having such misshapen shadows. The boy starts sweating, wondering if he should ditch the rock for another piece of cover. What are you, a man or a mouse? Show yourself, human. The mech's limb drew closer to the shadow student, its metallic fingers turning the rock's darker side towards the sun, forcing Kuwaro to traverse away from the rays. Realizing the rock spinning isn't doing it any good, the robot's camera lens began to close its shutters more, implying its frustration, resistance is futile. It then winds one of its fists backwards, preparing to smash the rock instead. You will be terminated. It rockets its massive fist towards the hiding spot, and then smash. Before the mechanical beast's fist touched the rock, Tetsu showed up in time to demolish its hand with one steely punch. The robot pointed its camera towards the intruding student, who activated his quirk by transforming his skin into steel. Intruder alert, the damaged mech announces, before Tetsu retorts, nobody messes with my friends. You hear me? He then throws another punch, this time right into the mechanical monstrosity's beady red eye, obliterating its head. The rest of the body falls backwards shortly thereafter, before breaking down further into scrap metal and crackling circuit boards. Who goes there? says one of the robots on the other side of the rock. You just said that already. Don't you sass me, X-27. There is a human on our grounds. Ah, you are correct. Attention all units within 50 meters of our signal, come forth for battle and destroy the pesky human. Tetsu squares up his stance, ready to brawl with a bunch of bots, eyes tightening and fists trembling over what he had done. Sorry, Tokage. I know you didn't want me to fight, but I had no other choice. This is how I save others. He looks back up at the mechanical mob and charges forth while hollering, "Come at me you bucketheads." He proceeds to smash all of the robots, with his steel quirk at full throttle, cameras shattered, circuits snapped, and armor torn to shreds with his bare hands. The number of robots he destroyed turned into double digits before the remaining half of the team came over, but by then, Tetsu was at his limits. His quirk was about to shut down. One last robot got the jump on the metal boy and smacked him from behind, shutting off his quirk entirely. He tried to get back up, only for the mech to deck him in the face and pin him by his chest with one of its gigantic hands. A valiant effort, human. But this is as far as you go. It proceeded to press so hard, Tetsu felt his ribs begin to crack while he forced himself not to scream in pain through gritted teeth. I would have loved to feast on your liver with fava beans and a bottle of Chianti, but my overlord requires all prisoners to be taken alive. The robot proceeds to wind up a massive punch with its other hand. Say good night, you pest. Tetsu braces for impact, trying his best to activate his quirk one last time. Suddenly, the punch stops within an inch of his face. The robot backs off of the metal boy as it writhes in pain, trying to reach for something at the base of its neck. What is the meaning of this? Get off me, you pesky runt. It wasn't until the robot turned its back that the metal student was able to recognize someone with a black body and white hair riding its back. Turns out, while Tetsu was fighting all of the robots, Kuwaro escaped the rocks, Shadow to take a breather. By the time he got his bearings, he noticed his steely classmate was about to be put down, so he rushed behind the robot and latched onto the shadow of its neck in an attempt to cross its wires within the shadows. It was a valiant effort, but unfortunately, the boy was so tired that the robot easily shook him off, forcing him to tumble in the grass. I should have expected you would come out of hiding to save your comrade, typical human error. I will eradicate. The robot fell into monologue again, only to be cut short when a gigantic hand dropped out of the sky to crush the mechanical monstrosity into a metallic pancake. Tetsu leaned back up and noticed both of his remaining teammates had arrived. Kendo turned around as she shrank her fist back to normal to see and run towards her metallic friend, Tetsu. She picked the metal boy off the ground while checking his vitals. Tetsu, meanwhile, greeted her in a hoarse voice. Hey, Kendo. What were you thinking? Are you trying to get us caught? Sorry, it was the only way to save Kuwaro on time. Those metal punks were about to expose him from the rock he was hiding under. I didn't know if he could fight back or not, but I had to do something. It would be very unmanly not to. Kendo wanted to critique Tetsu some more, but given he was willing to step up for a guy he met recently, left her smiling more than anything. Well, I can't say I disagree with this side of you. Hey, you two, what are you doing? We've got to bail, now. Tokage exclaimed while wrapping Kuwaro's arm over her shoulder. Sorry, Tokage, I just checked Tetsu, and he looks too injured to walk. We'll have to carry them from now on. Although I'm not sure how long we have. 1 minute and 30 seconds left, folks. Better head back to the finish line while it's still fresh. Kendo produced a sweat drop. Well, this is bad timing. Tokage felt her knees begin to buckle as she subconsciously dropped Kuroido. Her hand grew sweaty, her breaths shortened, and her senses blurred. There is not enough time. She soon dropped down onto all fours. I can't make another plan fast enough. Not like this. Not like this. Tokage, are you all right? Tokage. The girl heard someone's voice call out to her, but was so distraught that the voice felt more like warbling than anything. Flashback. Back at hero training yesterday, everyone cheered over the last round. The villain team, Tokage and Bondo, defeated their opponents in record time. Despite everyone's cheers, only one thing remained relevant the following minute. I was too reckless. Tokage shouted. That's right, young Tokage. All Might elaborated. Though you are the MVP of your round by embracing the challenge as the villain, as well as confronting the heroes with an airtight strategy right away, you were still reliant on one plan at the end of the day. Most heroes and villains will never make that mistake. They often create more than a few strategies, and will even improvise more to get the drop on their opponent. The girl looked down at the ground with her fists clenched, understanding what the teacher meant. Think of it this way. You exploited the other team's expectations by confronting them head-on rather than defending the weapon as they expected. If they anticipated both you and Bondo to ambush them within the first level or had sent someone to pursue you from the rooftops, both of you would have been captured, and the heroes would be free to recollect the now undefended weapon. Tokage slouched more over her performance, her eyes slowly dimming. She got to showcase her skills as an upcoming hero in front of the #1 hero of Japan, and here he is, tearing apart her entire work faster than an overstacked Jenga tower. All Might noticed this and placed his left hand on her shoulder while kneeling until he was eye to eye with her. Still, at the end of the day, you got your partner to trust you in an all-out gambit no one anticipated, and pulled through in the end, hero or not. You are a clever girl, embrace it. Brains such as yours are hardly seen in the hero industry. Keep improving and you'll eventually craft plans on the fly that no one can predict. Her eyes rekindled at the gigantic hero's words as she straightened herself up for the symbol of peace. The hero, meanwhile, stood up to continue his congratulatory speech, that being said, well done, everybody. You've earned passing remarks for going plus ultra today. And with that out of the way, on to the next round. Everyone in Class 1B cheered over All Might's speech, yet Tokage remained motionless over the hero's words. I can craft plans that no one can predict. Back to the present. Team Yellow has escaped Ground Omega. Well done, kids. Tokage didn't understand why her mind suddenly went back to that time yesterday. But whatever the reason, something hit her. Guys. Wait, I have an idea. The rest of the team panned over to her like she had grown a third eye. Tetsu was the first to respond. Huh. What are you talking about? You're not going crazy, are you? I'm serious, guys. I got something that might work. Tokage cheered, the light now returning to her remaining eye. Hey, Kuwaro. Do you think you can use your quirk one last time? I think it's doable. My head is starting to fade into darkness, again. Kuwaro responded, feeling a bit dizzy from overusing his quirk so much. Perfect. Here's the plan, guys. 1 minute left. Hurry up already. A short time later, everyone proceeds to follow the strategy as follows. First, everyone will rush over to a shady section of the woods so Kuwaro can use black at full speed without having to turn for any mana. Next, Kendo will use Big Fist to secure Tetsu so he doesn't get more injured, while her other hand will latch onto Kuwaro, who, in turn, will partially submerge himself and dash across the woods. Finally, when the three of you are fast enough, I'll grab Kendo by the legs and lift her off the ground so that any locomotion we have depends entirely on Kuwaro's quirk. The plan worked perfectly, as the whole team flew across the shadows of Ground Omega in a makeshift parasail formation. Most of Team Green were excited over the amount of distance they were clearing. Kendo, on the other hand, though excited, was worried about one thing. I hope nobody thinks we look foolish doing this stunt. Little did the Big Fist girl know, Present Mike announced to the rest of Class 1B, including Team Yellow. Boy, did they look foolish. All four made a mad dash for the finish line, no longer caring about the robotic guards. As soon as the exit was in sight, everyone in Team Green kicked it into high gear to make it to the finish line in time. And then, beep, wowee, what a close one, everybody. Team Green escaped Ground Omega's clutches in the nick of time. What a killer scene to conclude round 1. All 4 members of Team Green escaped on time. However, since they were moving so fast, all 4 collapsed and tumbled all over the grass. They were all coated in dirt and scuff marks by the time they stopped rolling, everywhere. Honanuki walks over to the rival team, mainly towards Tokage. Hey, you good? Honanuki asks as he gives her a hand. TCH, never better. The girl slyly remarks as she latches with her remaining hand and is pulled up. You didn't think I was going to keep you all waiting, did ya? He grinned at his classmates' mannerisms, though it was hard to tell at first since he took off his mask earlier to reveal the toothy, lipless lower half of his face, hardly. Though it seems like you didn't come back in one piece this time. Ha ha, that's hilarious, Honanuki. I'll be fine. My stamina's shot, though, so I'll need to munch on something to grow back my missing parts. Speaking of, did you get any snacks while you were here? The skull-faced student shook his head while waving his hand. Sorry, pal. Not this time. Tokage pouted while looking away and crossing her arms. Bonehead. He wasn't sure whether she accidentally split off a section of her brain with her quirk or not, hence her munchy state. Either way, Honanuki was glad he averted the subject from the match. Both Vlad King and Present Mike exit the tower shortly thereafter, just as the remaining members of Team Green get back on their feet. Alright, kids, now that both of our teams are back out of the ring, it's time to announce the score. The projection then shifts to a scoreboard with randomly generated numbers underneath the two names. And the winner is. The scores kept spinning for the next 10 seconds. Once the scores calmed, the DJ radio hero announces a tie. Everyone goes blank as both teams earned the same score, 52. Present Mike proceeds to shift his shades up and down while looking at his notes. This can't be right. Vlad, am I seeing things again, or did we miscalculate something? Vlad crosses both his arms and reassures his coworker, nope. You got the numbers right. They did score a draw. The Blood Hero pans over to both recommended students. I expect nothing less from my students. Well done. As Honanuki gives Vlad King a thumbs up while Tokage looks away slightly flushed, the board proceeds to list the various penalties. Team Yellow. Robot spottings. 19. Baton spottings. 8. ENV. DMG. 6. Hero evidence. 2. Delivery penalty. 0. Hero abandonment penalty. 0. Timer bonus. -75. Total score. 52. Team Green. Robot spottings. 32. Baton spottings. 0. ENV. DMG. 0. Hero evidence. 2. Delivery penalty. 0. Hero abandonment penalty. 0. Timer bonus. 0. Total score. 52. While everybody was asking both teachers what happened and where they could improve, except for 4 people. Tetsu and Kuwaro were escorted to Recovery Girl's office due to the number of injuries they received earlier. As for the other 2, Honanuki and Tokage stared at the screen in awe, recognizing where both teams had gone wrong. Honanuki smirked at the score. Well, I was hoping for a close match with you, but I didn't expect it to end in a draw. Tokage scoffed at the idea. I find that hard to believe. Are you sure you're not getting soft on me after splotching parts of the arena with your quirk? I doubt it. Fukudashi was a bit nervous at the start, and ended up activating his quirk at random times during the journey. So you blame your comical companion then? That's not very leader-like of you. Hardly. In fact, we played it to our strengths by having him. Whoosh. Everybody passed the guards. It was a pretty fun ride. All things considered, Yanagi did too, since she described the move as spooky. You should try it sometime. I'll take a rain check on the idea. Thanks. Present Mike gathered everyone's attention once more after answering questions with Vlad for a minute. Alright, lads, now that all questions are taken care of, let's. Suddenly, before the next round could commence, somebody in white armor minus the helmet rushed over to the 2 teachers. Present Mike. Vlad King. We have a situation at the USJ. Vlad King panned over to recognize the figure. It was Tenya Iida, the newly appointed class representative of Class 1A. What is it, boy? Can you elaborate? Iida straightened himself in front of the blood-themed hero. Of course, sir. We have. Not in front of my class, you dolt. Whatever is going on, keep it between me and Present Mike if you can. Vlad King pinched his nose, not wanting Eraserhead's model student to spook his students. Iida nodded in response as he drew in closer to whisper the situation to both teachers. As soon as both heroes heard that the USJ was under attack by villains with Eraserhead and 13 suffering injuries to protect the rest of the students, their pupils shrank. Vlad whispers, how many teachers know about this? Iida responds via whisper, all of them, you're the only ones left I had to reach out to. I see. Head back to the UA entrance. We'll be right behind you. And so, the White Knight student nods at the request and rushes out of sight towards the desired location. The vocal hero proceeds to announce, "Change of plans, Class 1B. Due to technical difficulties elsewhere, Stealth class is cancelled for the time being." "Hooah," was the response they got from the entire group. "But that's not fair. Only 8 of us took the exercise. How is everyone else supposed to keep up? Sorry, kids. As much as we want everyone to join in the activity, your safety is our #1 priority. Everyone, get changed and head back to Class 1B's homeroom at once." Do I make myself clear? No, Mr. Vlad King. Sir. Good. Now get moving, maggots. Everyone proceeded to do as they were told, as both Vlad King and Present Mike rushed out to rescue the hostages of the USJ. Monoma proceeded to comment, "Such a shame. It appears that Class 1A has proven themselves more troublesome than I could have ever imagined. They are, after all, a class full of idiots," but was cut off after Kendo knocked the fanatic student out cold with another neck chop. Meanwhile, only Tokage remained behind for a bit as she turned to face the horizon, where she recalled the USJ was located. Out of all the students, she was the only one who listened to the conversation between the teachers and the boy, whom she assumed was from Class 1A, given his suit. The girl was ticked that the rest of 1B's teams didn't get to participate today. But at the same time, she felt just as bad for 1A, who was stuck fighting a bunch of villains. She then walks back to the rest of her class as one thought crosses her mind. "Please be safe, Midoriya." All of Class 1B went back to the homeroom as instructed. They tried not to think too much about the cancelled event and instead focused on other topics to keep themselves occupied. Kendo remained on standby near Monoma in case he tried to pull something. Yanagi was having the quietest conversation in history with 2 other girls, one with cerulean eyes and a black bob cut, and the other with green eyes and vines for hair. Meanwhile, Honanuki was chatting with Tsunotori, Class 1B's resident American exchange, horse-themed student, given her long blonde hair, bright blue eyes, and equestrian legs, though the girl didn't quite fit the stereotype perfectly, as there were a pair of tall horns protruding from the top of her head. And Kuwaro, who has just been released from Recovery Girl's office for scrapes and bruises, got to chat with Awase. The only one who didn't go into small talk was Fukudashi, who was resting his voice after using his quirk so much during training. The comic-themed classmate also took the time to nap, given that the teachers weren't here. He raised his head off his desk to witness a platter of sandwiches and cracker wraps all over a desk in front of him, Tokage's, to be precise. Where did she get all that food? Did somebody tip her off about a snack bar? Little did anyone know, the girl discovered a concession stand during the trip back. She used her spare time to snatch as much grub as she could carry to help speed up her regeneration. It was a comedic sight to witness, but Tokage didn't care since the task helped her grow back both her missing eye and hand. The speakers then go off. "Attention all students of UA, due to technical difficulties, all classes are dismissed for today. I repeat, all classes are dismissed for today. Please exit the campus and return home in an orderly fashion." Half the class groaned at the announcement, including Tokage, who complained as she pounded both fists on her desk. "Seriously. At least give us details." Unfortunately, a katsu sando was stuffed in her mouth at the time, so her response came out as, "Su-ro so. Ah ra gib uff deef hills." Everyone panned to Tokage, who stared back at them after swallowing her food. "What? It appears that our attempts to grow stronger have been thwarted." Monoma chuckled. "No matter. This is but a minor setback. Just you wait. We will have our opportunity to rise again and defeat that class full of idiots." The boy then slipped out the door before anyone could interject, cackling at the top of his lungs. Damn it, Kendo thought. I can't believe I let him rant about Class 1A this time. I knew I shouldn't have turned my back on him again. All right, you heard them, everyone. Let's exit the school this time in an orderly fashion. Okay, everyone proceeds to exit the door to head home, either in groups or all alone. An hour later, the entirety of Class 1B left the campus, all except for Kendo and Tokage, who opted to wait for Tetsu outside the nurse's office, who was still being treated for his injuries. "So, do you think he's gonna pull through?" "He'll be fine, Kendo. I've seen the guy take on worse before." "Worse? The guy took a beating after fighting dozens of robots. How are you not worried about him? I am worried about him. Though not as much as you are right now. What, are you having the hots for Class 1B's Man of Steel? Huh, Kendo freaked out over the green-haired girl's comment. What are you talking about? Oh, don't be coy with me, Miss Representative. Tokage cooed, I've seen how you've been eyeing him for a while. You even took the time to check on him more than once, today. Yeah, as a friend. You sure about that? I can pull a few strings to make something better happen. Setsuna smirked and winked at her classmate. Kendo was unable to respond to the offer. Her cheeks turned completely red, steam came out of her ears, and she enlarged both of her hands to cover her face. Fortunately, the event didn't last too long as Tetsu slid open the door as he walked out, now donning his school uniform and several bandages wrapped around his arms, neck, torso, and forehead. Tetsu. Huh, the boy responded as he wasn't aware that some of his classmates were nearby while stretching his neck. He turned his head over to them. Oh. Hey guys. Don't you? Hey guys, you metalhead. You've been out cold since the stealth match. Tokage angrily exclaimed. Right, sorry about that. At least I'm all better now. Just had a few cracked ribs patched up thanks to Recovery Girl. Although, the boy proceeded to yawn, I am not gonna get used to that granny's kisses. I need to lie down again after that. Everyone remained silent for a few seconds before Tetsu broke the tension. Sue, what did I miss? Tokage was about to answer, only for Kendo to speak up first. A lot. One of UA's facilities, the USJ, was attacked recently. Thanks to that, the school cancelled the rest of the day for everyone. We were waiting for you to be discharged before heading home together. You guys took time out of your day to wait for me. Tetsu exclaimed with tears coming out of his eyes, that's so manly. Both girls stared in disbelief at the masculine compliment. The boy suddenly recalled the former part of Kendo's answer and asked in pure rage, wait. UA was attacked, who was it? Let me at them. We're fine, Tetsu. Nobody in our class was hurt. Class 1A was the one that got attacked. 1A, well, that would explain the kid in bed. His leg and hand looked pretty messed up. The greenette wondered, what did he look like? Did he have any unique features? The steel student was puzzled over the green girl's curiosity, but then put one of his hands under his chin to think of what he could remember. He was pretty plain looking, but I do recall him having some green hair and freckles. Why do you ask? Her eyes widened upon hearing Tetsu's description. No reason. She scratched the back of her head, not wanting to be interrogated for her latest answers. Tokage then grouped both of her classmates and pushed them down the halls. Why don't you two go on ahead? I'll catch up in a minute. A minute? Both classmates questioned. What could be so important that you need a minute? Kendo followed up. Don't worry about it. I just realized I have one last thing I need to take care of before leaving. I'll meet you two at the entrance. Okay, then. Well, don't keep us waiting for too long. The orange-haired girl added. Hey, wouldn't even dream of it. With both classmates now out of sight, Tokage looked both ways before coming closer to Recovery Girl's door. Before she could knock on it, though, her phone started ringing in one of her pockets. She pulls out the device to check the screen, revealing the word, Mom, before her. Hoping the event won't take long, she heavily sighed before hitting the answer button. Yes, hello, Setsuna, where are you right now? I received an alert that UA was attacked a couple of hours ago. I'm fine, Mom, I'm still in UA. There's no damage here, it was just an attack in one of the outer facilities. Okay, that's good to know. Anyways, I need you to head home right away. I just got called in to take up another late shift and won't be back home until later. I understand. Just need to take care of something real quick. Don't give me the something real quick excuse, young lady. There were villains involved in the attack today. Setsuna sweated at the answer. The description of the group included somebody with a rare warp quirk. Nobody knows where they are, and I'm not waiting for them to attack anyone on the school grounds, least of all you. But Mom, no buts. If you have something to do there, you can do it another day. Understand. Fine. Tokage hung up on the call, threw her hands up in the air, and screamed, "Gah!" before storming off to reunite with her friends. Recovery Girl's office. Shortly after the 1B students left the vicinity of the nurse's office, the two remaining patients began to stir. The first one to do so was All Might. He wasn't in his strong superhero form everyone was familiar with, so he currently looked more like a gangly old man with medium blonde hair and two groups of long bangs surrounding his face. At around eye level, part of his face looked sunken in an almost black, and slowly opened a pair of bright blue eyes. He first turned left towards the other patient, Izuku Midoriya, and then to the right to see the UA nurse, Recovery Girl, a short old woman wearing a white lab coat over a red, white, and yellow dress with an open pink helmet bearing a grape-colored visor and a syringe pin holding a netted bun in place. The elderly woman in question spoke first. "Well, I guess I won't scold you for him being back here since it wasn't your fault." All Might responded in a faint breath while Midoriya opened his eyes. "I can't be sure yet, but I think I shortened my time limit again with that fight. I hope I can at least still hold the form for an hour." "I'm so sorry." The boy finally turned to the blonde teacher, feeling bad for his condition. All Might sat up in his bed, showcasing all of the bandages wrapped around his torso. "Well, no use worrying. These things happen." At around the same time they finished, the office door slid open, with a tall, well-groomed man entering the doorway. He was wearing a tan overcoat with a matching fedora, over a dress shirt, green necktie, dark slacks, and matching dress shoes. "Excuse me," the man introduced himself while removing his fedora, smiling when he spotted who he came to see, better showcasing his short hair and rectangular eyes, both of which were black. "Hi, All Might. Been a while." All Might coughed up some blood upon hearing his hero name. He expected some visitors, but not this guy. "What the hell? I didn't know that you were investigating." "Whoa, All Might, it's okay. He's seeing you like this?" Midoriya questioned. "Oh, yeah, it's fine. This guy's all right," he reassured. "Naomasa Tsukauchi, my best friend on the police force. He's legit. I trust him." "That's quite an introduction," Tsukauchi started as he approached All Might's bedside. "Sorry to cut to the chase, but we could really use any information you might have." "Hold on. Before all that, tell me all of the students are okay. And Aizawa Eraserhead, and 13. Toshinori inquired. He needed to know so he could rest easy for today. Not counting this boy, the only student injuries were scrapes, and both of the teachers are in stable condition right now. "Relax," Tsukauchi said. Both All Might and Izuku let out a heavy sigh in relief. "That's good to hear." All Might continued to calm down. Tsukauchi then jumped in with his praises. "If you heroes hadn't risked your lives, the students would never have made it. You three saved that entire class of kids today." All Might didn't want to count out the other members of Class 1A after hearing that. "That's not it, Tsukauchi. Those students also risked their lives and fought just as hard as us." "Thank you, All Might." The Greenette gave his thoughts, trying his best not to tear up. There's never been a group of first years who experienced a real fight like this so early in their training. They not only survived but learned what it means to be a pro hero. Those villains made a big mistake attacking them. All Might then stared at the setting sun to emphasize his point as the detective nodded at his words. "This class is strong. They will persevere no matter what happens." His words shook everyone, though the detective only nodded his head, expecting such a speech from his friend. "Mark my words, my friend. They will become great heroes." Midoriya then looked at his unbandaged right hand and closed it into a fist. He then turned to the number 1 hero, who gave him a thumbs up for his efforts, leaving the boy even more motivated as he stared out at the window. The detective also stared outside before returning his gaze to the blonde hero. "Well, that's good to hear you have a lot of faith in your students. Now that their safety has been verified, let's begin, shall we?" "Of course. What would you like to know, old friend?" "Let's start with the leading villain, or rather, the one with a disintegration quirk. What have you learned about him?" That's a good question," All Might pondered. There was no telling how many questions both he and his protege would have to answer, but neither of them seemed to mind, fortunately. Meanwhile, at the Saitama district, the rest of the walk board the green-haired girl. She had some small talk with Kendo and Tetsutsu before they all went their separate ways. Starting with Kendo, as she took the train to the Chiba district, Tetsu left shortly thereafter, as despite living in the same prefecture as her, his family lived in a different neighborhood. The greenette now stood before a mid-sized modern suburban house, with a flower and zen garden surrounding the front entrance and her family name etched in kanji at the gate. Tokage thought no one was home at the time, but she rang the doorbell, just in case. "I'm home. Wa aga." The girl produced a comedic sweat drop on the side of her head as the echoes of a surprised man, clanking metal, and falling boxes resonated within the home. She tried not to think too much of it as she reached for the handle, only for the front door to be yanked wide open, revealing a middle-aged guy a bit taller than Setsuna wearing a pale green shirt with both sleeves rolled up above the elbows, auburn slacks, a silver name tag on the upper left side of his chest reading, Hatsumi Tokage, in kanji, and a dark necktie tied horrible wrong as its tip pointed low enough to reach the zipper fly. What stood out even more to the girl was that the man was wearing a cardboard box over his head with a dinosaur face painted over the front. "Who goes there? We're closed. If you want an appointment, then come back tomorrow." Setsuna released a visible sigh at the scene before her. "Calm down, Dad. It's just me, Setsuna." The man took off the box on his head to reveal the contents of his face. Wavy musk green hair with several gray streaks mostly tied in a loose man bun with 8 locks dangling on the front and sides of his head. A dark green soul patch, sharp dusky green eyes and sharper teeth like his daughter, large round glasses with dark green frames, and several wrinkles around his eyes and forehead. To complete the look, he also had a couple of grease marks across his forehead, pointy nose, and one of his cheeks. Guess he forgot to wash his face again. "Sorry about that. I wasn't expecting anyone at this time. Come on in." The girl followed suit as she entered the house to take off her shoes, while the man closed the door after her. "So, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be in UA? School's cancelled. One of their facilities had some trouble, so everyone had to bail early." "Oh, why you're not hurt, are you?" "I'm fine, Dad. I didn't get hurt from the attack." "An attack? You don't seem too thrilled about it, though." "Because the other hero class of my year got hurt. How can I not be mad about it?" "Other hero class? Oh, you must mean class 1A, my bad. I wasn't referring to the facility. I meant the part about leaving early." "What happened, exactly?" Well, there was." An electronic beeping suddenly resonated from the kitchen, catching both greenettes off their guard. Hatsumi straightened his posture, now with his lenses fully white, as he rubbed the back of his head. "Whoops, almost forgot I left the kettle running. Why don't we talk about it at dinner?" As he marched over to the kitchen. Sure, sounds good." Setsuna was a bit annoyed at her father getting so easily distracted, but relieved that she didn't have to answer right away. She then followed her father to the kitchen, walking past several photos on the wall, mostly of the rest of the family, with a larger one around the middle. The dinner Hatsumi had in mind for the two of them was super plain: a bowl of seafood-flavored instant ramen, some rice crackers, and a cup of matcha for each person. "Why do you always go for the instant stuff? Last I checked, you know how to cook, right? Don't be silly, my little Sets. This brand is the best and easy to make at any time. Besides, even if I wanted to, we don't have any holidays this week, or even guests for that matter. What's the point of working harder when working smarter pays off every time?" The father answered before returning to slurp some more noodles. The girl couldn't bring herself to argue about it, given that their mindsets are relatively similar. "I guess that's true." She then went back to finishing her food. "But enough about me. You admitted you didn't enjoy leaving early today and got worried for Class 1A. What happened?" Setsuna blushed a bit about the thought as she finished swallowing more food. The girl was struggling to come up with the right words, so she started stroking her hair to calm herself. "Well, you see, there was this boy from 1A I met at school." "A boy?" Hatsumi's face went dark as his glasses started to glow brightly while leaning closer. "Was he hitting on you?" "What? No. Don't be ridiculous, Dad." The girl facepalmed over her dad's cliched instinct to protect her. "He's not a flirt. He's not." The father questioned as he leaned back on his chair. His face was no longer darkened, but the glasses were still white, alongside the rest of his appearance turning cartoonishly simple. "No, he's a nice guy. I mean, he's pretty meek and panicky, but was easy to talk to. given he asked about my quirk for a bit. Not to mention, he has a personal collection of handwritten, hero notes. If anything, he enjoys UA and everything it has to offer. Ah, that's cool. How did you meet him, then? I met the guy at today's lunch break. We chatted for a bit after we bumped into each other, at least until I had to go back to class. I planned to talk to him again after school, but then the school drop happened, and we had to leave. The only thing I got to hear about him since then was that he got roughed up from the attack, and only because Tetsu had to get patched up at the nurse's office earlier today. I wanted to wait a bit to at least check in to see how he's doing, but no, Mom had to step in and ordered me to go home. That's pretty messed up. I can see why you're so torn up about it. Well, duh, it's not like I wasn't going to stay at his place, but Mom, why the hell does she always get in the way? The girl demanded through clenched fists and gritted teeth. Sets, dear, your mother is only trying to protect you because she loves you. Her job doesn't allow her to see us that often, so it's not like she knows what you're going through all the time. I know, sorry. The girl looks down, feeling bad that she yelled at her father, who only wanted to talk to her. The man was taken aback at first, however, seeing the gloomy face his little girl was making, his expression turned from fear to pity. He then detaches one of his hands, letting the dismembered limb walk itself across the table, run along Setsuna's arm, and rest on her shoulder to squeeze it. The female brunette took notice as she faced the split-off hand and then her parent. Setsuna, I understand it doesn't feel that way to you. Your mother can be, a lot sometimes, I get it. She's stubborn, blunt, and cold to the point that it seems that she doesn't care about anyone. She's not the best at showing love to others, even I struggle to understand her sometimes, but that doesn't mean she isn't trying. Just give her some time. She wants you to be happy just as much as I do. The girl remained there in silence, uncertain if she could respond to what he had said earlier. She then glanced at the wall loaded with family photos filled with dozens of memories within them. They were all given a thorough look, but the one that caught her attention the most was a mid-sized frame containing a picture of the entire family, Setsuna herself albeit at least a few years younger than now and with blonde hair. Her dad with fewer gray hairs, a tall, slender middle-aged woman with long moss-green hair and black eyes wearing a standard police uniform, and a high school girl about the mother's height, but a couple inches shorter with long, wavy, musk-green hair tied back in a ponytail, black eyes, sharp teeth, and dark green rectangular glasses. The girl huffed the moment she stared at the main photo. Noticing the persistent plight, Hatsumi decides to change the subject to something else. The man's severed hand leaps off the girl's shoulder and walks to the center of the table before turning its point of severance to the host. He then casually reattaches his hand before walking to open a nearby drawer containing several card decks and board games. He spots a deck of Uno cards with a Jurassic Park theme and carries it to the table. Since the others are out for today, how about a card game? Just the two of us. I don't know. Oh, wait here, I almost forgot, the man exclaimed before rushing back into the kitchen. Several clanks and bangs followed suit during his time in the pantry. Setsuna could only stare in disbelief, uncertain if she should check if he had hurt himself again or not. Before she could leave her seat, though, the guy came back out to plop in front of her, a large red, white, blue, and yellow bag of crackers titled Dino Mighties, Jumbo Edition, with several dinosaur-shaped crackers with different hairstyles of popular pro-heroes covering the front alongside smaller text announcing, I am here in Dino formation. Your mom and sis aren't around, so we can have this whole bag all to ourselves. What do ya say? Setsuna snickered at her dad's means of bribery, knowing full well this was her favorite brand. All right, let's go, old man. There we go, that's my girl, choosing to go beyond, plus ultra, like the UA student you are. The father exclaims as he rubs the top of the girl's head with one hand. Hey, cut it out. Do you have any idea how long it takes to do my hair? Nope, and it doesn't matter. I'm still going to coddle my little girl. I'm 15, Dad, not little. The girl's eyes go sharp and white while the father chuckles at his daughter's expression. After washing some dishes, Setsuna heads to her room to change out of her uniform into more comfortable attire. Namely, a pale yellow t-shirt with a green cartoon dinosaur print, a pair of neon pink sweatpants with a burgundy racing stripe on the sides, and Thullian pink slippers. Meanwhile, Hatsumi sets the table up for gaming, which went surprisingly well as he split off both of his hands to shuffle the cards, while the rest of his body set aside some of the tableware without stumbling or breaking anything. Upon setting everything up, they played Uno for several chaotic rounds while scarfing down the entire bag of hero-themed dinosaur crackers. Each round lasted for quite a while, for despite her tactical genius, her dad was one of the only people Setsuna could never overcome with dirty tricks or over-the-top strategies. They then settled down by watching one of the pre-Quirk movies about a guy armed with a shield joining the army to fight an evil organization in World War II, as the girl thought back on her day. Not exactly how I wanted things to end. Oh, well, it's not like it's the last time I'll ever see the guy. Hopefully, I run into him again soon. 7 p.m. Back at UA, night fell on the school with Midoriya back in his school uniform. Both his leg and hand were bandaged still, but he could move around just fine. Good night. Thanks so much for your help. My pleasure. Be careful on your way home. Yes, ma'am. He then rushed towards the main entrance, given that it was now nighttime. What a day. I hope my mom isn't too worried that I'm not back yet. He finishes his journey to the main steps of the brick pathway. Despite how late it was, Uraraka and Iida stood waiting for him near the benches. Their faces lit up upon noticing their friend. Deku, you're here. The brunette jumped up in excitement. Izuku's eyes glistened with life as he joined the pair to walk down the hill on their way to the train station together. It was good news that the trains operated late that night, so no one had to stay at UA. He then waved goodbye to the Gravity Girl and Speedster as he boarded the line headed to his family's apartment. The rest of the trip home didn't take long as UA was in the same prefecture as his home, so he only had to walk for a few minutes to reach his destination. His mother was worried sick that he came home late tonight since the announcement, but was able to assure her that he's all right and that nobody got hurt. Fortunately, his explanation was enough to calm her down as the two had dinner together before going back to his room. Unfortunately for the boy, despite his optimism, his troubles were only beginning. Since the event at the USJ, the whole staff agreed to cancel class for the next day while they discussed the attack led by the League of Villains. As far as they know, the group consisted of 72 common thugs, a brutish monster named Nomu, a warping villain, and a disintegrating guy wearing way too many hands. They could only get a read on the thugs and Nomu after some sleuthing. Unfortunately, for the remaining villains who escaped, they couldn't find any records of the two individuals, probably because they had acquired false identities. Regardless, they agreed to increase the security for good measure. Their search for the last two villains will take far longer than any of them had hoped. 2 days later, Class 1A. Everyone returned to school the following day from what the news is now dubbing the USJ incident. Some found it tough to unwind after a horrifying experience despite the break. Even though they were teenagers eager to become professional heroes, none of them expected to face a life or death situation within the first week. Their victory took a toll on them, both physically and mentally. All of 1A spent the start of homeroom discussing the incident and the amount of press the news media gave to the attack. Some developed a boost of confidence from the headway they made, ready to tackle whatever hill of schoolwork or lifework that would come today. Others, well, let's just say they were still camera shy. Suddenly, the clock ticked to 8:24 a.m., a minute before the start of their first period. Within that moment, Iida rushed from his seat to the podium for one announcement. Attention! Homeroom class is about to begin. Everyone, stop talking and take your seats. We're all sitting, one redhead corrected. Yeah, you're the only one standing, another student with round dispenser-shaped elbows remarked. Iida quickly sat back down, fully embarrassed over the irony he had committed. Dang it, don't sweat it, Uraraka consoled behind him. Hey, Sue, a nearly pink girl with horns leaned back towards her classmate, Suya Asui, without attempting to fall off her chair. Who do you think is going to teach class today? No idea, Ashido. Last I heard, Mr. Aizawa is still in the hospital recovering from his injuries, ribbit. Then the entrance door slid open to reveal a mummified Eraserhead. His face and both hands were now wrapped to the brim in bandages, yet his hair was still exposed, and his eyes were somewhat visible through the wrappings. Morning class. Mr. Aizawa, what are you doing here? Everyone shouted in utter surprise. Damn, what a pro. One of the students added. Mr. Aizawa, I'm glad that you're alright. Iida stood up from his desk. Uraraka wasn't too sure that was the best thing to comment. That doesn't look alright, Iida. Forget about my well-being. We have more important things to discuss right now. Your fight isn't over yet, was the first thing that came from Aizawa's wrapped-up mouth. Our fight? Don't tell me. Not more bad guys. Aizawa waited for a moment before bringing in his announcement. The UA Sports Festival is coming in 2 weeks. Yes, one student exclaimed, only to be drowned out by everyone else. Don't scare us like that. A red-haired student cheered at the top of his lungs, flashing his sharp curly whites. Let's go kick some ass. This was interrupted by a blonde student with a black lightning streak in his hair, shoving his palm into the guy's face. Hold on a sec, Hiroshima. This sounds suspicious. Is it really such a good idea to hold the sports festival so soon after the villain snuck in here? A girl with earphone jacks for earlobes asked. Then a guy with a massive tail threw in his 2 cents. They could strike again once we're all in one spot. Eraserhead understood the concerns as he answered. The administration thinks this is the best way to show that the threat has been managed and that our school is safer than ever. Plus, they're ramping up the school's security compared to past years. After all, this event is a huge opportunity for every student at UA. It's not something we can cancel because of a few crooks. He was going to continue, if not for a dwarfish student with what appeared to be massive grapes for hair. I'm sorry, but why not? It's just one tournament. Midoriya turned around to his classmate. Mineta, don't you know how important this competition is? Leading to a response from the aptly named student. Of course I do. I just don't wanna die. Our sports festival is one of the world's most watched events. In the past, the Olympic Games held the largest audience. Now, with the rise of quirks, that event has dropped in scale and popularity. For anyone who cares about competition, this is the only game that matters. The UA Sports Festival, a tall girl seated behind Mineta added while clenching her fist. That's right, and top heroes everywhere will be watching. This is our chance to get scouted. Not unless you're dead, the grape boy retorted with a gloomy mood. Yaoyorozu's right. Plus, after graduating, it's common for students to join pro-hero agencies as a sidekick. It's the perfect opportunity to show the world we're hero material. The blonde with the black lightning bolt highlight from earlier added, only to be roasted by the earphone jack girl next to him. Yeah, but that's as far as some people go. They miss their chance to make their debut and stay eternal sidekicks. Chances are, that's probably where you're headed, Kaminari. You're kinda dumb. Said blonde cringed over the jab. Not cool, Jiro. It's true that joining a famous hero agency can garner you greater experience and popularity. That's why the festival matters. If you wanna go pro one day, then you need to take this tournament seriously. You get 1 chance a year and 3 chances in a lifetime. No aspiring hero will ever turn down this event. That means you'd better give it your all in your training. Go beyond, plus ultra. As our motto goes. Everyone else in the room was jazzed up as they answered, yes, sir. The hero then dismissed everyone shortly thereafter. 3 periods later, everyone returns to cheering about the games, hoping to get scouted after putting on a show. Most of the students were excited, but a few were shy about getting noticed. That's not to say all of the excited students garnered attention. One blonde in particular, who was constantly wearing a massive belt, got totally ignored, despite modeling where everyone could see. Midoriya remained in his seat, dumbfounded over the level of discussion between everyone. This is nuts. Everyone is so excited. Well, yeah, of course we are, Iida replied to his green-haired companion while starting a robotic dance. We enrolled at this school with the sole aim of becoming heroes. So naturally, we're all getting fired up. You're excited, too, right, Midoriya? Only Suyu Asui, Class 1A's resident frog girl, took notice of the dance. Wow, Iida, those are some interesting moves. Ribbit, well, yeah, of course I am. And also nervous. Deku, Iida, both names pan over to Uraraka, now donning a dark and serious face. Let's do our best at the sports festival. Uraraka, what happened to your face? Midoriya asked. Seriously, What's up? You're normally like the most laid-back girl ever. Ashido asked, noticing the brunette going all dark and serious. Out of nowhere, Mineta wanted to chime in with an answer, only to be slapped by Asui's tongue to keep him quiet. Given his reputation, it was probably something perverted. Uraraka doubles down by pumping her fist in the air while shouting, "Everyone! I'm going to do my best." Everyone in front of her got fired up by the exclamation. She did the same thing a second time after turning around, but it wasn't as effective as the students started to worry about her. Now that I think about it, Midoriya wondered, there's something I've been meaning to ask her. A few minutes later, in the halls. Say, Uraraka, what's up? I've been wondering, what made you decide to come to UA? You know, to become a pro hero. Well it's, the overflowing level of confidence radiating from the bubbly brunette evaporated in an instant. It's for money. The girl emphasized her level of embarrassment by scratching the back of her head. I'm sorry if it sounds greedy. I know it's not noble like you or Iida, but, well, I hope you guys don't think less of me, now. Quote, Uraraka then clasped both of her hands into her cheeks as she turned away from both friends, her embarrassment now at a new all-time high. Not at all. Your goal is to support your well-being, which is an admirable ambition to have. Iida interjected for Ochako's sake. Yeah, it's just kinda surprising. Is something wrong? Midoriya wondered, noticing the girl still fidgeting over her answer. Well, you see, my family owns a construction company. We're not doing so well and are flat broke. Please don't tell anyone. Construction, Iida pondered over the idea. Oh, that's right. If she got licensed, then she can use her quirk to cut costs. Exactly. They can also sell their heavy lifting equipment, while she floats everything for them. I know, right? Uraraka started bouncing up and down. I've always told my dad that since I was little, but even then, they turned me down. She clenched her fists in frustration before looking up again with a dashing smile and full confidence. That's why I decided to become a pro. That way, I'll sign up for a good agency and make plenty of money. Then I'll be able to let my parents live an easy life they deserve. Everyone stood there for a moment, before. That is beautiful, so noble, bravo, bravissimo. Iida applauded, his claps so loud they caught both students off guard. Midoriya stared back at Uraraka in amazement. I get it now. She's not here for a hero fantasy. If anything, she's more grounded than the rest of us. Suddenly, an unexpected, yet iconic laugh emerged within the ambiance, cutting everyone else off. Ha 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 ha. The intruder swerved from around the corner, revealing All Might, now donning a bright yellow suit. Young Midoriya is here. The hero announces, pointing towards the male brunette, surprising everyone even more in the process. All Might, what are you doing here? The boy being pointed at wonders. Lunch. Ya wanna eat with me? The pro hero offered while holding a small lunchbox in his right hand. That's adorable. Uraraka burst into laughter nearby. The level of sweetness in the proposal proved too much for the gravity girl. Wadea say. Izuku debated for a bit if he would accept the offer, but given that All Might personally sought him out, he accepted. After getting affirmation from his friends, he responded, "Sure thing." Despite the joyful demeanor, something gnawed at the back of the brunette's mind. Is something wrong? Cafeteria. So, Iida, do you know what he wanted with Deku? I heard that when All Might was attacked by villains back at the USJ, Midoriya tried to stop them himself. Perhaps, that's what this is about. Oh, yeah, I remember that. He was pretty cool. Also, remember what Asui said on the bus? The part where Deku's power is a lot like All Might's. Indeed, since their quirks are so similar to each other, All Might's likely taken an interest in him. It's quite impressive. I know, right? Uraraka shifted the conversation as soon as they were nearing the front of the line. So, do you want to sit at our usual spot? I'll have to decline this time, Uraraka. I promised Yaoyorozu that we'd meet with the class reps of 1B at lunchtime. We originally planned to have our first meeting after school a couple of days ago, but had to postpone it due to the USJ incident. Oh, yeah, you mentioned that when we were waiting for Deku before. That's a bummer. No worries. I will let you, Midoriya, and the rest of Class 1A know if we have any other upcoming events. After receiving his lunch, Iida splits off from Uraraka for the meeting. Despite the number of strangers, he only needed to look for Momo Yaoyorozu, the deputy of Class 1A and one of 4 students to enroll in recommendations. She was easy to detect as she was the tallest girl in class, paired with sharp, dark eyes and long black hair tied back into a ponytail, akin to a crane's tail feathers. He approached his classmate, who was currently seated with 2 other girls, one with orange hair tied into a side ponytail and another with wavy green hair similar to Midoriya. The third girl's face was resting on the table for some reason, with both arms wrapped around it, almost as if she were napping. The orange-haired student turned to Iida and stood from her seat to greet him. "Oh, hi there. You must be Tenya Iida, right?" "Yes, that is correct. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope I didn't delay the first meeting of the year too much, Miss." Kendo. Itsuka Kendo, the class representative of 1B. "Don't worry about it. Yaoyorozu informed me you had to take a tangent and discuss a few things with some classmates." "I see. That's a relief. Oh my gosh." Both turned to their respective deputies upon hearing the noise. They notice Yaoyorozu freaking out, only for the greenette to jab back while seated upwards. "Come on, Yaomomo. You do know how my quirks work, right?" Kendo then facepalmed over the situation. "Tokage, I thought I asked you not to spook Class 1A's reps during our initial meeting." "I'm not. I told you, I'm using my quirk to survey the area, remember?" The green-haired girl turned to both students, forgetting that both of her eyes were missing. "Good lord, what happened to your face?" Iida hollered, his body turned black, white, and straight all over. Kendo pinched the bridge of her nose as a pair of green eyes floated back down and into Tokage's face. She blinked a few times before continuing, "Whoops. Sorry about that, guys. I didn't know how long it would take until our last guy came over, so I did something else to keep me occupied." Tokage waved as she got off her seat and walked to the boy. "Tenya Iida, right? Nice to meet ya." Iida woke up from his stupor as he bowed to her. "Yes, that is me. And must be Setsuna Tokage, I presume. The one and only." Tokage grinned. "I see. Yaoyorozu has told me a lot about you, given that you also got in on recommendations." "Oh, yeah, I never knew." The girl muttered while rubbing the side of her neck. Tokage," Yaoyorozu wondered, now out of her seat, "you mentioned earlier that you were surveying the cafeteria. What was it for?" "I was looking for someone. Apparently, this place is short one greenette for some reason." "Greenette? Ah, you must mean Midoriya. He won't be attending the mess hall today. All Might invited him for lunch, most likely due to what happened at the USJ 2 days ago." "Do you know him?" "Kind of. I met him a bit after the whole evacuation thing for UA's trespassers. He was pretty nice. It's not every day you meet someone with a personal collection of hero notes, let alone someone All Might has taken a liking to." "Ah, that explains everything. It's a pleasure to hear you're well acquainted with my classmate." "Acquaintance is a strong word, Iida. I for one prefer the term." Kendo chopped the greenette's shoulder, not wanting to get sidetracked even if Tokage yelped in pain. "I'm all in for small talk, but you do realize what we're all here for, right?" "Of course. Apologies Kendo. Let us begin." All Might's break room. Poof. All Might shrank back into his skinny form upon escorting Midoriya into a teacher's lounge. He proceeded to tell Midoriya that the time limit for his superhero form has now dropped to only 50 minutes. The boy exclaimed in bewilderment. "Yeah, that's about how long I can use my power now. I overdid it again. That Nomu was a tough customer. I'm surprised I didn't fall to my knees right after dishing out so many punches at it. At this point, I can't even be All Might for an hour and a half. I'm so sorry. I should have just Midoriya squealed before finishing his thought, now witnessing All Might chuckling with blood coming out of his mouth. "You don't need to apologize for anything, kid. Man, we are so much alike. Here, have some tea," All Might responded before placing a cup on the table for the green guest. "Thanks. I brought you here because of the upcoming festival. The only problem is, you don't have full control over One for All yet. So what's your plan?" Midoriya thought for a bit before recalling something. "Well, wait a sec. I was able to control it one time. When I landed a hit on that brain villain, I didn't suffer any backlash." "Oh yeah, You did mention that before I fought that guy. What was different from that smash? Let's see, we were facing real villains, and I had almost no time to think. Maybe that was part of it, since I knew this wasn't training like last time. Plus, I recall 13 warning us about exercising our powers without caution in the field. Midoriya stares at his hand during his thought process. If I had to put it best, it was because this is the first time, ever, that I used my power against someone else. Sounds like you found a way to decrease your power, even if by instinct. At least that's some kind of progress. By the way, your tea's going to get cold. Oh, right. All Might walks over to the outer window. To be honest, I don't have much time left before I retire as the world's symbol of peace. I'll have to put that title to rest, sooner or later. A lot of villains out there are starting to catch wind of that. Someone has to step up and prove them wrong. And to show the people that they are still safe. Midoriya stands up in awe. This is why I gave you my power, young Midoriya. You will be the one who takes my place. Do you remember our first meeting? Do you still want to become a hero? Yes, more than anything, Midoriya announced without a second thought. Excellent. Now's the time for you to prove it. This sports festival. It's what the pros, no, the whole country will be watching. I want you to think of that day as your debut. Your introduction as the new symbol of peace, the next All Might. Izuku Midoriya, I want you to show yourself to the world and proudly tell everyone, I am here. But, All Might, that's your catchphrase. I can't take that from you. Besides, what can I do? You remember how the sports festival is set up, right? Yes, it's easy. All students from UA are separated by class year, and then the hero, support, business, and general studies courses face off against each other in a series of preliminary trials. Anyone who passes the initial games gets to face off in the finals. It's pretty much a round-robin tournament before shifting into one-on-one matches. Right, that means, you'll have plenty of opportunities to present yourself. All Might stated as he sat back on the couch. I don't know about that. Doh. All Might faints backwards onto the couch he's seated on, coughing more blood in the process as well as fully tilting the furniture onto its back. Ah, sorry. I mean, you're right there, All Might. Midoriya apologized, only to fall into another wordy ramble. It's just that, honestly, it's kind of tough to get excited about this after everything that went down at the USJ. After all, I'm being taught by the world's greatest hero, so I have more than one way of getting scouted. Not to mention, I don't know if I can stand out now, considering how lousy I performed on Mr. Aizawa's fitness test and struggled to control one for all that well. Geez, nobody spouts word vomit like you, kid. All Might retorted with more blood. Oh, hey, are you okay? The hero perked up from his fallen seat as he walked to the boy. Don't worry about me, I understand how you feel. I admit that I may be projecting a bit of myself onto you. That said, I hope you haven't forgotten the emotions you've shown back at the beach during our training. Remember, some heroes aim for the top, others will happily settle for less. The difference between those two mindsets has a great impact on how far you'll go in the real world. Midoriya nodded to the sentiment as they continued their conversation. End of the day, in Class 1B. With the final period finished, everyone left to go home. Kendo and Tokage opted to stay behind to finish some paperwork before calling it a day. Well, that should be the last of it on my end. You all good there? Kendo asked while straightening some papers. Yep, all good. I can't believe this is going to be a weekly thing for us. Oh well, the event accommodations were a piece of cake. Tokage got off her seat after filing her papers, now heading for the door. That's true. Oh hey. You want to check out the new cafe down at Baker Street? It might be a good place to study. I don't see why not. My parents and sis won't be back home for a while, so I guess I can give it a. Tokage opened the main door to exit the classroom, only to witness something strange upon turning to the right. The top half of her face went dark upon noticing the situation. What's wrong, Tokage? You might want to take a look for yourself. The brunette turned to her friend briefly before returning her gaze to the situation, not once lifting the shadow from her face. Kendo walked to the front door and turned in the same direction as her friend. Oh God, what they witnessed was a swarm of students in front of Class 1A's homeroom. Neither of them could understand what they were arguing about besides somebody calling the crowd extras. We should probably help them out, Kendo noted, with a comedic sweat drop on the side of her head. Yeah, let's go. Hey you, I'm from Class 1B next door to you all. We heard you fought some villains, and I came to see if that was true. But all I see are a load of jerks who think they're better than us. Tetsu rings loud and clear within the mob. The comment ticked the green-haired girl off so much that she stomped towards the steel student and detached one of her hands to fly at her target. Hey, I'm coming for yo ow. Ow, 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 ow. The hand snatches the steely student by the ear and drags him out of the crowd. He then finds himself face to face with his class reps. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to start a war here? That hurt, Tokage. And they started it. That blonde jerk just called all of us extras. Kendo replied, not wanting the situation to escalate. We can't start on the wrong foot with the other hero class, Tetsu. I get some guys aren't that polite as you hope, but that's not an excuse to antagonize everyone. Why the hell not? Someone's gotta call them off for being a load of idiots. Idiots. Did Monoma put you up to this? Suddenly, from amongst the crowd, somebody is shuffling through the group, pardoning and excusing the people he brushes into. Tokage takes notice as she recognizes the iconic fluff of green hair approaching them. Excuse me, sorry, coming through. Pardon me. The boy pops out of the mob, only stopping the moment he lays eyes on the female greenette. Midoriya. Tokage was now shocked to see the boy she wanted to see 2 days ago now in front of her. Huh, oh, hey Toka, who the hell are you? Tetsu interrupted Midoriya out of the blue, throwing the latter into a panic. What do you have to say for yourself about your classmate, UAHHCK? A neck chop from Kendo silences the boy as soon as she catches up. This is not how I wanted the day to end. She turns to Midoriya. I apologize for that. I hope our classmate didn't scare you too much. Are you good, Midoriya? Classmate. Oh, there's no need to worry about that. I'm fine, thanks. The boy blinks upon remembering the student called him by his family name. Also, how do you know my name? Oh, Tokage here told me all about you. She mentioned you earlier at lunch today. Whoa, that was fast. Midoriya, there you are. Iida chimes in after swimming through the crowd and meeting the quartet. Ah, I see you found the class reps of Class 1B. How did you know they were here? Reps. Midoriya wondered before turning to the two girls and back to Iida. Well, I saw Tokage use her quirk earlier to pull one of her classmates out of the crowd. So I followed her. To be honest, I had a feeling Class 1A would develop a reputation since the incident the day before, but I didn't expect all of 1B to get so hostile. That's when Tokage shook out of her stupor and turned to the 1A boys. Not all of us, just the angry ones. Sorry about that. Tetsu here is pretty friendly once you get to know him. She pointed to the boy who was still holding his neck in pain. Not sure why he and a bunch of other classmates dropped in to harass you guys. It's not very manly, if you ask me. She threw that last line with a load of scorn, anticipating that the metal man would be ashamed of his actions. Tetsu now had a gloomy cloud over his head while Midoriya thought, I think she broke his spirit. Not to be rude, Kendo chimed in. But your classmates are still inside 1A's homeroom. Do you guys need a hand? That's when Midoriya recalled what he had to squeeze through before. Oh, sure. We could use some help with that. What do you say, Iida? Of course. This mob behavior is unbecoming of a school training the next generation of pros. Please assist us in any means necessary. Both girls nod to the plan, with Tetsu following along, wanting to apologize for his behavior earlier. The crowd was easily dispersed as it mostly consisted of students from both general studies and business. There were some from Class 1B, including Monoma, but Tetsu and Kendo opted to take them home and scold them for their behavior. Ooh, a courtyard. That was a close one. Clearing a swarm of students away from my class was not on my bucket list. Midoriya started, now exhausted from the chore. Yeah, you tell me. It's a good thing not many people know how my quirk works, so popping my head off was great for spooking them off. Tokage added while stretching her arms in the air. Tokage. Scaring other students is unbecoming of an upcoming pro, Iida scolded Tokage for her plan while furiously chopping his hands at her. That being said, it was an effective method of clearing the hallways. I must commend you for that. The girl smiled at the compliment, rubbing the back of her head in the process. So, Iida, do you want to come with us to the station? Very tempting, Midoriya, but I'll have to decline the offer this time. I still need to head back inside to handle paperwork with Yaoyorozu. You're welcome to walk with Tokage if you'd like. I'm not sure if that. Midoriya wanted to reject the idea and wait here instead, only for Tokage to butt in. Sounds great. I've been meaning to chat with Midoriya about something on the way out. Be sure to tell Yaomomo I said hi. Iida nodded and bowed to the duo before heading inside, while Midoriya remained confused over walking with the 1B girl once again. She wanted to talk to me about something. Oh, that's right, she was bummed out that our conversation was cut short a couple of days ago. Maybe that's what this is about. So, Tokage asks, turning to Midoriya while subconsciously swinging her hips to make her skirt flow in rhythm to the wind. Ready to head to the station. Midoriya blushed a bit over how the girl asked him, given that she was posing for him like a professional model, but was happy to spend time with her again, regardless. Yeah, let's get going. The two walk out of the UA gate, continuing their conversation. Later, the municipal train station. Wow, I never knew Tetsu fought with so much honor for your class. He sounds a lot like Kirishima if you ask me, Midoriya said with his eyes sparkling. I know, right, I was this close to commenting to him that I found his long-lost twin the moment I spotted that red head. Tokage admitted while closing her finger and thumb as close as possible without touching them. Both got a good chuckle at the idea of how much their classes have in common. I never even thought of that. They might actually be related, given how quirks work. Speaking of your friend, Tetsu, will he be alright after what he said to my class earlier? I wouldn't worry about it. His pride will recover, though he looked pretty pissed when I caught him berating your classmates. The way he phrased the word, extras, makes that red-eyed blonde sound like a complete asshole. Just what is his deal anyway? Red-eyed blonde. Oh, you mean Kachan. I'm so sorry about his behavior. Please don't take what he said personally. He's the only one in my class who acts like that. It's fine. I've heard worse insults. Also, Kachan, it's a nickname I made for Bakugo. We hung out as kids, well, we used to, at least. So you were friends with Class 1A's jerkwad? Tokage grew confused over Midoriya's choice of words. How did you put up with him for so long? Midoriya understood where her confusion stemmed from, so he elaborated as best as he could. Not sure, though I wouldn't exactly call myself friends with him anymore. We've kinda grown distant ever since he developed his quirk. His quirk? Why would he? The girl suddenly recalled an aspect of Midoriya as she rubbed the back of her neck in shame. Oh, right, you were quirkless back then. Sorry, Greenie, that was uncalled for. It's all right, you didn't know. Midoriya assured her as he stared at one of his fists while Tokage grew wide-eyed over his response. We both wanted to be heroes growing up, even if for different reasons. I just hope the hard I put in pays off for the sports festival. Well, you did get All Might to invite you for lunch today. That has to count as something. How do you know that? Iida told me about it during a representative meeting. Oh, that makes sense. So, why did he invite you today? I'm no expert on the guy, but I've never seen him actively seek out a student before, let alone outside of class. Well, the thing is, he saw how nervous I was getting, given the upcoming event. So he gave me some words of encouragement to hype me up. That's all. You didn't get anything else to sweeten the deal. A selfie, a tour, not even an autograph on your stuff. No, not really. I do have his autograph in one of my notebooks, however. He managed to sign so big that you could probably see his handwriting from space. Thanks to him, that book is now a family heirloom for generations to come. The girl then cackles so hard that she leans onto a rail to keep herself from falling onto the floor. You call one of your notebooks a family heirloom, just because All Might signed it. Are you the president of his fan club or something, Greenie? Tokage teased. What does that even? No, you got it all wrong. I love all heroes. I only have All Mights because I ran into him one time. I swear. Midoriya panicked, his face now totally red. The girl then calms down as she stands up straight to dust herself. Hey, don't worry about it. It's cool you like the guy so much, Greenie. And, Setsuna then twirled a lock of hair around her finger as she looked away a bit while blushing. I have to admit, you're pretty cute when you talk about the stuff you like. Meanwhile, the boy's blush grew stronger, thanks to her calling him cute a second time. Thanks, I guess. Wait a minute, what do you mean by Greenie? I mean, I get the nickname, but you do realize you're green too, right? Oh, yeah, good point. We should start calling ourselves the Green Duo from now on. She snickered at her comment while Izuku followed along, finding the new name amusing. On that note, he recalled something before leaving Ua with the girl. So, Tokage, what did you want to talk to me about? Tokage's voice swiftly calmed down over what she heard. What do you mean? Well, before we left Ua, you told Iida that you wanted to talk to me about something. What was it? Oh, it's nothing big, really. I just like chatting with you. That's it. Yeah, I had so much fun on the day we met, that I wanted to meet you again after school. At least, until the USJ thing happened. And well, when I heard you were in the nurse's office with a busted leg and finger, I tried to check in to see how you were doing since I heard you got roughed up by some bad guys. Tokage clenched her fist, realizing what she was about to say next. Oh, I see. So Tokage paused, wanting to keep her next question light. How's your leg feeling after the thing 2 days ago? Oh, it's all better now, thanks to Recovery Girl. I usually go to her every time I use my quirk at full power, Midoriya answered as he rubbed his right arm, leaving Tokage squirming and wondering how often he visits the old nurse. I need to hurry and get this ability under control. It's the only way I can get stronger before the sports festival begins. Stronger? Are you sure that's all you need? What do you mean, Tokage? Isn't that why we're all here in UA? Well, yeah, when you simplify the process, it is the end goal. But when you have other factors to consider, that can't be your only skill, right? Power's great and all, but what do you do when you face off against an opponent that's smaller, faster, or even smarter, for that matter? Not to mention, villains rarely play by the rules and will take any advantage they can get their hands on. I never thought of it like that. I guess I forgot about the other aspects of hero work. Hey, don't sweat it, man. We may have met a couple of days ago, but from what I heard from your classmates, you have a lot more skills under your belt than you give yourself credit for. And you got into the best hero school in the country, if not the world, with the best pro hero in history seeking you out. You've come so far, Greenie. Be proud of it. I'm sure you'll do great at the sports festival. Why, you really mean it? Sure do. And hey, if you need help with anything, you're more than welcome to reach out to me if you want. Are you sure? I mean, I'm flattered, but I don't want to burden you with my stuff. Aren't we all competing against each other in the sports festival? We are, but that doesn't mean we can't grow stronger together. Even if we're in different classes, cooperating will be a lot better for everyone in the hero course down the road. That's true. We all have our reasons to become heroes. It's kind of pointless if we fight over small details. See, you get it. Tokage chuckled at the comment she made. Cute, clever, and considerate. I'm so glad I finished my representative work early. Both students now stood on top of the train dock, in silence. Then Midoriya's train arrives, calling out to him. Now boarding, all passengers from station GO2 to GO1. Again, now boarding, all passengers from station GO2 to GO1. Well, I guess this is my stop. Sorry, we didn't get to talk more. Hey, there's no need to apologize, Midoriya. I enjoyed our time together, even if it's just for a bit. I'd love to do this again sometime. Why, you really do? Tokage nodded at the claim. Definitely. She then got a particular idea just as his door was about to open. Although, if you want, I don't mind sweetening the deal for you next time. She gets closer to the boy as she flutters her eyes and seductively sways her hips. We could do something together after the festival, just the two of us. What do you say, cutie? Midoriya grows redder by the minute. What's gotten into her? Is she asking me out on a date? But we just met a couple of days ago. That can't be it. Wait, hold on. Maybe she's playing a game with me to get our minds off the event. No, that's not it. She seems more excited than stressed. Oh crap, I never had a girl seek me out before, let alone ask me out. What do I do? What do I do? What do I? Steam poured out of his ears, and his eyes went blank. The girl stared at the boy for a bit before tilting her head to the side to ask, are you okay? Midoriya snapped out of his blushing state. Oh, sorry. I must have gotten sidetracked for a moment. He then saw his train was about to leave. Shoot, I almost forgot. I gotta get started on training for the festival, Tokage. Gotta go. Bye. He then dashes towards the train, just as its door is about to close. The last thing Tokage saw from the boy was him covering his tomato-red face with both of his hands while seated. Yeah, see ya, Tokage quietly answered, waving at the boy. She stood there for a moment. I guess I laid it on a little too thick back there. Oh well, I'll clear up the misunderstanding tomorrow. Hopefully he doesn't think too much of what I said while we prepare for the sports festival in, too. It then dawned on her that she forgot one crucial detail, which was, oh shit, the sports festival is in 2 weeks. And no one will be attending class during that time. I'm such an idiot. Now I won't get to see him while he gets the wrong idea about me. The girl grows redder as she cups both of her hands over her face while her hair fans out in every direction. It was a peculiar sight, or at least enough for a nearby kid to call her a rhubarb. And to make things more awkward, I didn't even ask for his number, so I can't even clear this misstep sooner than I'd like. Wait, calm down, Sets. There's still time. Yeah, that's right. I'll just run into him by chance. It worked twice, it'll work again. According to the train maps, he should be living in the same district as Ua. Well, I do plan to run on new tracks for my training, so this works perfectly. Alright, time to commence Operation Green Duo Reunion. Now boarding, all passengers from Station GO2 to CO3. Again, now boarding, all passengers from Station GO2 to CO3. 2 weeks pass as everyone trains in the gym, the UA training grounds, indoors, and even on open fields to avoid hurting others with their quirks. As for Midoriya, he trained at the beach where his entire journey started, with All Might's words of becoming the next symbol of peace ringing in the back of his mind. Little did he know, Tokage ran far and wide across his district, hoping to run into him at least once, and to increase her speed both on the ground and in the air. 2 weeks later, Ua High School, 8:15 a.m. Fireworks blasted into the morning sky in a variety of colors, with scattered clouds complementing the pleasant day for Japan's greatest tournament event, the Ua Sports Festival. People waltzed around the grounds of the 3 great arenas on campus, with vendors selling food, merchandise, and more to heroes and civilians alike. No celebration could ever come close to today. The first years seemed to be the round everyone was most excited for, especially given the publicity of 1A's USJ incident. Naturally, this garnered everyone's attention on them the most. Not that the other years were completely eclipsed, they'll be performing later after their event is over. The stadium was filled to the brim with guests, so everyone struggled to get a seat, especially the press, given they were part of the reason behind the enhanced security. Even if they weren't aware of what they'd done, they indirectly helped the League of Villains break into the USJ facility, so nobody was too fond of their presence. Regardless, everyone shared the same sentiment for the upcoming event. Class 1A's waiting room. Aw man, this sucks. I wanted to wow the crowd with my costume today. Ashita whined as she adjusted her UA gym uniform. Look on the bright side. Everyone will be wearing the same uniform. That way, we're all on the same level, right? The tail quirk man of the class consoled his classmate. Meanwhile, other students mingled to share their excitement about today's event. I wonder what will be in store for us in the first round. No matter what they prepare, we must persevere. Indeed, Iida barges into the room announcing, everyone, get your game faces on. We're entering the arena in a few minutes. This brought some students into a panic, but not Izuku. He took some breathing exercises to calm his nerves, though it couldn't prepare him for what he heard next. Midoriya, Class 1A waiting room. Midoriya. The green-haired boy shuddered upon hearing his name. He turned to the left to witness the one person calling out to him, and upon doing so, his pupils shrank. The guy was significantly taller than the greenette by at least 4 inches. His short straight hair was split down the middle in 2 separate colors, snow white on the right and deep crimson on the left. His eyes followed the same format, being cold gray and turquoise respectively. To complete the look, his face also bore a massive burn scar around his left eye. He wasn't just any run-of-the-mill hero course student, but one of the 4 candidates to enroll in UA through recommendations. Todoroki. What's up? The heterochromatic boy squinted his eyes harder as if he were studying the greenette before him. From an objective standpoint, I think it's clear that I'm stronger than you. Okay then. However, from what I heard, you've got All Might helping you out on the sidelines. Izuku gasped at the accusation. How does he know about that? Was he spying on me? No, I can't jump the gun yet. I'd better hear him out first. I'm not here to find out what's going on between you two. But know this, I will beat you today. Whoa, Kaminari noted from a distance. I didn't think Todoroki would declare war on anybody here, let alone Midoriya. Hiroshima jumped in to ease the tension. Hey, calm down, man. Let's just save our energy for the festival. We haven't even started. I'm not here to make friends. Todoroki interjected before walking away. Whatever we have out here is not a team effort. Midoriya stirred a bit over what his new rival said before speaking up. Wait, Todoroki. I don't know what you're thinking, or why you believe you need to tell me that you'll beat me. I know you're better than I am. Heck, you're even more powerful than everyone else here. It's no surprise you got in so easily. Todoroki halts in his tracks to hear the boy elaborate. Come on, Midoriya, don't be hard on yourself. The redhead tried to butt in again. No, it's fine, Hiroshima, he's right. Everyone from our year is ready to give it their all for this event. We're all fighting each other to get noticed in the end of the day. Todoroki finally turns around as Midoriya says one last thing. That said, I'm aiming for the top as well. Count on it. Todoroki glared at him for a bit before leaving the waiting room. Fine then. Just as the heterochromatic teen left, Midoriya's legs shake as he leans onto a table while Kirishima and Iida rush over to his side. Midoriya, you okay, bro? I'm fine, guys. Thanks. Just need a minute. He takes a few breaths to calm his nerves. Be careful not to rush yourself. If you need more time, let us know. Iida informed his friend while chopping the air with one hand. Midoriya stands back up a few seconds later, nodding, I'm ready. Let's go, guys. He then walks out the door with everyone else. Sports Festival Stadium. Present Mike appears on the big screen next to the bandaged Eraserhead to announce the festival. Hey yo. Make some noise, you rabid sports goers. And prep those cameras, media men. 'Cause we're bringing you some of the hottest performances this year in UA Festival history. Now, before we begin, I've got one question for you all. Are you readyyyyyyyy? Give it up for our lineup of students this year on the main stage. Why do you have to be so noisy in the morning? The bandaged hero interjects. All Might sits with the rest of the teachers, anticipating the arrival of all of the students to walk in on stage, or more specifically, one student. Come on, young Midoriya. Show yourself to the world and proudly say, I am here. As on cue, Midoriya shows up on stage first with the rest of 1A following behind as the boy whispers, I hope you're watching All Might. I won't let you down. This first group is no stranger to the headlines. You know them for surviving a villain's attack. They're the dazzling students lighting up your TVs with pure star energy. Give it up for the hero course students of Class 1A. Midoriya freaks out during the stroll. Holy whoa. That's a lot of people. I should have expected this, though. Iida consoles his friend, indeed. I hope we can give it our all for this day. All of the heroes are watching, so I guess it's another aspect of the career we must get used to. Hiroshima looks around too with a red-eyed guy with spiky, platinum blonde hair. Wow. Present Mike sure loves hyping us up. Feelin' nervous, man. TCH. Not even close, the blonde responds as he lifts his head with a devilish smirk. I'm even more ready to win. Next up, they didn't get as much spotlight as their compatriots, but this next group is still loaded with talent. Say hello to the Hero course, Class 1B. While Mike proceeds to announce the 3 General Studies courses, the 3 Support Item courses, and the 3 Business courses, only one 1B student had something to argue regarding the Voice Hero's comments on his class. Foo. The festival has already begun, and they're already resorting to mocking us. A big mistake on your part, Pro Heroes. Monoma mentions as he dramatically averts his eyes away from 1A. Kendo follows behind the 1B hype man, gripping one of her hands to make sure she doesn't risk disqualification by neck-chopping him. Remember what we talked about, Monoma. I'm not in the mood to reel you in this early. Meanwhile, while everyone else in 1B was either admiring or growing shy of the crowd, Tokage was smiling and waving to the audience. It's a good thing the rest of the family made time to watch the festival today. Hope they're ready for it. Suddenly, before she stops in place, the girl trips on her feet with a feminine squeak. Watch out! A familiar voice comes near as he grabs Tokage's hand before she can fall over. Are you all right? Her eyes widen as she turns to see that Midoriya has saved her from a bad trip. How did you? Tokage stumbled a bit while blushing slightly before clearing her throat as she stood back up. Yo, Midoriya, fancy meeting you here. How's it been? I'm doing well. You're not hurt, are you? Nope, not at all. I'm good, thanks. I should have guessed you'd reach out and save me again. Want me to keep falling for ya? Midoriya's face turned red at the idea. What? No. Why would you do that? I'm kidding. Thanks for the save. I owe you one, again. Both chuckle at the concept before Midoriya steers the conversation. So, how was training for the sports festival? Not too bad. I tried out a few new tracks in another district for training. New tracks? Do you not have one where you're from? The girl recalled why she trained in the municipal district in the first place, but didn't want him to find out. So, she fibbed a bit. Nah, the usual track was starting to bore me. Didn't wanna risk getting soft before the big day. How about you, Greenie? Pretty good, all things considered. I mostly did a standard workout and went through all of my hero notes again. Wait, you just called me, Greenie, again. Don't you remember our last conversation? The girl's face turns cartoonish while sticking out her tongue to the side. Maybe, but the nickname suits you, am I right? Midoriya produces another comedic sweat drop. I don't even know where to begin with what you said. Anyways, how did you squeeze in some brain stuff before the festival? I know we need to keep up with our studies even though we had no classes for 2 weeks, but I don't recall there being a course where we need to take notes on heroism. Well, remember that hero notebook you found when we first met? You mean the burnt one with the number 13? Yeah, why? Well, the thing is, I've been observing hero fights for years, so I thought it would be a good idea to study their patterns beforehand. You know, before I go pro and start working in the field with them. Midoriya stared at the girl for a bit, who looked back with wide eyes. Is something wrong? No, not at all. I think that's pretty cool that you do that. Why you really think so? Sure do. It's about time this festival featured a genius such as yourself. Setsuna smirked as she leaned a bit closer to the fellow greenette. Izuku's cheeks bloomed red at the comment as he scratched the back of his head. I don't think that's the best way to put it. Someone then interrupts their conversation from the middle of the stadium. Now, for the introductory speech, everyone turns to the source in question, only for most of the guys, both students and heroes, to heavily blush at the scene. At the center of the stage stood the first year's umpire, the R-rated hero, Midnight. She was a tall, voluptuous, middle-aged woman with long, thick, spiky, purple hair, piercing blue eyes with a beauty mark beneath the left, and long red nails. Her costume didn't leave much to the imagination as it was made of thin, skin-tight white fabric, a black, breastless leotard, transparent thigh-high black stockings, a gold and burgundy utility belt, black knee-high boots, a thin red mask over her eyes, and handcuff-shaped bracelets. To complete the look, she carried a flogger whip in her right hand. All in all, the scandalous woman before them looked less like a pro hero and more like a lead dominatrix for a local nightclub. That being said, it didn't stop the majority of heroes from staring at her with scandalous comments and whistles. Someone should talk to Ms. Midnight about what she's wearing. Yeah, no kidding, that thing needs a warning label. This is inappropriate for a high school tournament. I beg to differ. Silence, everyone. The heroine on stage calls out to the spectating crowd. We will now present our student pledge of the first year, Katsuki Bakugo. All students turn to an unamused, muscular, platinum blonde with piercing red eyes as he slowly walked up to the podium to reach the microphone. Kachan, you've got to be kidding me. Tokage snarled. Are they seriously letting him do the speech just because he scored first in the entrance exam? The other classes hate us enough already, yours too. Tokage wanted to argue, but knew that the fellow brunette was right. Deep down, she did not wish the abuse of Class 1A to persist any further. Bakugo now stood before the mic for a minute. The air fell so quiet, even a faint gulp proved audible to everyone. He then announces in a flat tone, "I'm here to win." Later, all of Class 1A thought the same thing as everyone else booed at him. I knew he would say something like that. What is wrong with you? Iida appears behind Bakugo while hand-chopping. Why would you be so disrespectful to the rest of the students? You're supposed to be representing us all. Bakugo turns around with the same monotone while giving a thumbs down. It's not my fault the rest of you are stepping stones to my victory. Deal with it. He then trots down without another word as 1A's class rep trails behind him. That foul-mouthed freak show. Why the hell is he in the hero course? Tokage shouts, forgetting Midoriya is standing right next to her, as his face goes white over her accusation. The girl panics as she turns to the boy. Sorry about that. I forgot you were still there. It's all right. I'm fine. She sighed heavily. No wonder the rest of the first years hate you guys. That cocky asshole is not doing you any favors. Kachan's not being overconfident here, Tokage. There's something else going on. Huh, what do you mean? If it were that, he would have laughed while saying all of that was a joke. This is a new guy we're dealing with, and a nasty one at that. Midoriya stated while squinting his eyes and clenching his fists at the blonde. Tokage noticed how agitated he was, so she placed one of her hands on his shoulder, immediately calming the boy to focus on her. Kick his ass for us. Huh, but he just called your class stepping stones. And I think Tetsu is swearing to tear him to pieces over there. Wouldn't it be better if you confronted him yourself? Don't worry about me and my class. We're way tougher than that jerk gives us credit for. Just take a stand and show the crowd what you're made of. You got this. Midoriya was stunned over the girl's choice of words, bewildered that she was cheering him on despite everything today. That said, he felt more fired up thanks to it, so he gave her a confident smile before nodding. I will. Thanks. The girl nods back. Well, I gotta go check in with my class, make sure they're not stirring up too much trouble. Good luck out there. She then walks to the steel student to console him. After the introduction, Midnight takes back the microphone. Anyways, without further ado, it's time to get started. This is where the pain begins. Now behold, the first fateful game of the festival. As on cue, a holographic roulette wheel appears behind the heroine, spinning between different games. What could it be, you wonder? The answer, ladies and gents, is, the wheel stops as she then announces, Ta-da. An obstacle course. Oh boy, all 11 classes will participate in this cataclysmic contest. The track you'll be running on is 4 kilometers around the outskirts of the stadium and littered with devastating challenges. I won't restrain anyone, at least not in this game. So long as you remain within the course, you're free to do as your heart desires. Now, contestants, take your places. Everyone lines up for the marked gate, signifying the start of their journey. The door counts down slowly to keep everyone on their toes. Beep. I have to be smart about this. I don't have full control over my quirk, so I need to be careful if I ever need to use it. Beep. Time to go beyond, plus ultra. Beep. Watch over me, All Might. I'll make you proud. Beep. Begin. Everyone immediately rushes through the entrance. And we're off to a racing start. How about some colorful commentary, Mummy Man? Present Mike announces as he turns to his erasing friend. How did you rope me into this? Tell me, what should we pay attention to for the early stages of the race? The door. What do you oh, I get it. Just as the eraser hero predicted, all of the students were crammed to the brim within the doorway. Every single one of them complained about getting squashed and trampled. Midoriya wasn't any better. As the boy squeezes closer to the front, he recalls something. Flashback. Power's great and all, but what do you do when you face off against an opponent that's smaller, faster, or even smarter, for that matter? Not to mention, villains rarely play by the rules and will take any advantage they can get their hands on. Back to the present. Now I get it. They're testing us, seeing how we'll make it through this entrance. And Midnight did say that as long as we stay on the track, then anything goes. Okay, here goes nothing. The boy starts climbing on top of the students. As soon as he stood on top of their heads and/or shoulders, he dashed forward on the humanoid track. Granted, this didn't make him any more popular with them, as he received complaints during the run. Ow, sorry. Hey, sorry. What the hell? I'm so sorry. You 1A asshole. So hey, that's mean. Meanwhile, another student near the front of the crowd had a similar thought. So this is the first obstacle. Kind of underwhelming. Todoroki thought, better make this. Just as he was about to dial in and make a move, his whole world began to slow down as Midoriya landed his foot on top of his head. He then leaps off the heterochromatic teenager, out of the doorway, and into the field as he shouts, "Sorry, Todoroki. WHOAAA. Looks like we've got a wild green bunny that's making a fool out of the students." Midoriya just hopped to the lead of the competition. Damn it, he's going to be out of sight at this rate. Todoroki cursed as he watched the greenette rush out on the track. Not on my watch. Suddenly, a swarm of ice coats the doorway and floor and flows out of its exit, with Todoroki skating across the newly formed terrain, exclaiming, "Apologies." And look at that. Class 1A's Shoto Todoroki clears the door next as he puts the rest of the competition on ice. That's one chilling entrance. Midoriya turns around for a bit to witness the mess Todoroki created before focusing on the track once again. That was too close. If I didn't get out of the crowd sooner, I would have been caked in ice like those guys. Back at the entrance, most of the students complained about having their race cut short thanks to the trap. Unfortunately for Todoroki, all of Class 1A evaded the attack, fully familiar with his plan of action. Nice try, Todoroki, Yayorizu exclaimed as she produced a pole vault from the palm of her hand. You won't get away that easily, you icy hot bastard. Bakugo shouted as he flew with explosions coming out of his palms. He then glares harder, noticing the greenette ahead of him, Deku. Get back here, you. I didn't expect so many people to dodge that. Especially the other classes, Todoroki noted as he watched a general course student mount a group of students like a cavalry unit. Meanwhile, at the back of the crowd, some of Class 1B were able to escape the attack in time. Tokage, for instance, split her body to carry two of her classmates, Kendo and Fukudashi, away from the trap. Is everyone all right? She exclaimed. I think so, thanks. Kendo groaned as she released her grip on the splitting girl's legs. Okay, let's go. Tokage was about to announce the next plan of action, only to witness her classmate Honanuki soften the ground to swim across, followed by another girl with dark green eyes and vines for hair using her quirk as stilts to traverse the ice. In complete shock, she called out to them, "Honanuki. Shiozaki, what do you think you're doing? Our classmates are in trouble." "Sorry, Tokage, this is a competition after all. And I don't plan on losing, not to this guy," Honanuki announced as he swam across the softened ice and dirt. "Forgive me, but I must punish the Ice Man of 1A for imprisoning our classmates." Tokage slouched over her skull-faced and vine-haired classmates, abandoning them. Kendo, meanwhile, walked over to the girl's floating top half. "I'm sure they'll be fine. This is a competition after all. Yeah, let's just get the others out of the ice." She then turned to the student she was still carrying. "Hey, Fukudashi, can you give us a hand here and thaw the others?" The comical classmate looked up to the girl as he saluted with an exclamation point appearing on his bubbly face. "You got it, ma'am. Time to turn up the heat." The student took a deep breath before shouting, "Sizzle sizzle, sizzle sizzle." Just like that, his words came to life in the form of fiery katakana as they shot out to melt the ice and free the members of Class 1B. All of the classmates cheer for their ingenuity and selflessness. "Good thinking," Kendo announced. "Now the whole class is free to continue the course." Thanks. Let's make sure we keep it that way. Tokage smiled as she set Fukudashi down and conjoined her body back together. At the same time, however, all of the melted ice turned into vapor and rose in the air, leaving everyone in a makeshift smokescreen. Fortunately, another student approached them from within the steam. Ah, I see now. Monoma walked to the trio with a mischievous grin. You want us to hold back while we, the rest of 1B, observe the 1A hooligans from a distance. How clever. Kendo wanted to interject, but Tokage knew they didn't have time to argue. So she responds with, just copy Fukudashi's quirk and check if anyone else needs to be freed. Way ahead of you, my friend, Monoma announced after touching Fukudashi's bare forearm. He then took a deep breath before shouting, swoosh, creating a huge gust of wind to clear the fog. Meanwhile, at Midoriya's location, he and Todoroki were now face to face with the next obstacle. No way, it's the robots from the entrance exam. I should have known they would appear here. 3 gigantic green robots stood before them, all of them glaring their beady red eyes at them, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Target acquired. Oh, looks like the guest of the next challenge has finally arrived. We're in for a treat now. Behold the test of strength and cunning, it's the robot Inferno. What the crap, what are the 0-point villains doing here? Seriously, not again. Where does the school even get the funding for these things? Momo questioned as more of the contestants came to a halt. Most of them caught up, but they were still too far away from the leading two. The rest of Class 1B was not too far behind after traversing the ice, though most still held back thanks to Monoma's insistence. So this is what everyone else faced in their entrance exams. They clearly went through a lot of trouble to set all of this up. Todoroki's voice reverberated as he walked behind Midoriya. The dual quirk user outstretched his right hand. But I wish they'd prepare something a bit more challenging. His hand touched the ground as several blocks of ice crackled around him, especially while the old man's watching. Behind you, Izuku turned around and noticed Todoroki was about to launch another icy attack, and with him at point-blank range. He hopped to the left, fully knowing that staying in place would more than guarantee him losing the race. During that time, the half-and-half student fired a massive wave of ice at the robots and imprisoned the one closest to Midoriya within the frozen substance. He barely dodged the attack, but Todoroki was not too pleased with the result. Damn it, who told Midoriya to get out of the way? No matter, I put the robots on ice. That should keep him busy for a while. Todoroki proceeds to run between the robots' legs. Yes, he stopped the robots. We can go through now. Midoriya came back to his senses as he stared at the frozen behemoth. That can't be right. Why would Todoroki freeze the 0-pointer if it means the others can go through? There has to be another motive. He looked up as he heard the ice covering the robot beginning to crack. His eyes widened at the noise. Oh crap, he then made a mad dash through the legs towards his classmate. Come on, let's get moving, guys. Awase shouted to the rest of the group. Wait, something's not right. The headband dude turned to Tokage. The hell you talkin' about? The robots stopped dead in their tracks. We can slip past them now. Tokage has a point. That 0-pointer doesn't seem to be balanced at all. Both turned to witness Monoma with a more serious face. It's a trap. More and more cracking flooded their ears as all three turned back to the robot, as shards of ice and metal fractured off the mechanical behemoth. What the crap is going on? I froze them while they were off their balance, on purpose, Todoroki announced ahead without looking back. As on cue, the mechanical beast begins falling to the ground. All three go wide-eyed, knowing that if this continues, it will crash into countless classmates, including their own. Subaraba, give us a hand here. This got the attention of a spiky brunette with round eyes. What? Why? We need to get out of the way. There's not enough time. Make an air wall to protect the class from that thing. Both of the brunette's eyes bulged out of his skull upon hearing the request regarding the collapsing robot. Seriously. That thing's humongous. I can't block that. Just do it. It's our only chance. Subaraba remained stunned for quite a while, palms sweating, knees weakening, and breaths shortening. Then, Monoma placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. We believe in you. Let's show those other idiots what Class 1B is capable of. Underneath the frozen 0-pointer, meanwhile, Midoriya dashed forward, trying not to think of the behemoth above him. The sounds of crackling ice and creaking metal rang in his ears as the rest of the robot plummeted to the ground. As it landed with a massive thud, a tsunami of dust, dirt, and ice rose from the earth and swallowed any unlucky student nearby. Would you look at that? Todoroki from Class 1A stole the lead from Midoriya and is pushing on through with a devastating display of power. Is this the end for Class 1A's wildcard? Waitia say, Mr. Eraser. His attack was both offensive and defensive. A necessary strategy to take the lead. No wonder he got in on recommendations. He never fought those robos before, and he's already showing them who's boss. Unfortunately for the heterochromatic student, someone coughed. That was too close. Todoroki's eyes widened as he turned around and witnessed the green-haired rival getting off the ground. I had a feeling he would do something like that. Midoriya noticed a piece of metal sticking out from the ground, likely from the fallen robot. Believing there may be more in the field, he picked up the piece of metal next to him as a makeshift weapon and dashed through the rest of the course, slaying any machine in his way. Wowee, I don't believe it. Class 1A's Midoriya survived the attack and is tailing behind his classmate as we speak. He just doesn't know when to quit, does he? Impossible. First, he dodged my ice at the entrance, and now this. This is bad. If I let up now, he'll take the lead back for good. Todoroki thinks as he runs as fast as he can with Midoriya tailing him. Back at the robot's corpse, everyone kept coughing and getting back on their feet as the dust began to settle. Class 1B seemed to be the most fortunate, as at least half of them hid behind a massive wall made of solidified air. Kendo spoke first during the aftermath. Is everyone alright? Yep, we're good. Tokage wheezed within the dust cloud. It's a good thing Monoma helped Tsuburaba with these air walls. I don't think we would have made it without them. Foo. Always finding a way to bring Class 1B back to the proper level. I expect nothing less from you, Deputy. Tokage smiled a bit over the compliment, only for it to disappear upon noticing something. Hold on, where's Tetsu? As on cue, something bursts out from the carcass of ice and steel. I'm alive. Most of the class turned to witness Kirishima, who used his quirk to harden his skin to survive the collapse. Is it me, or did Tetsu turn red? Tokage, Kendo, and Awase facepalm over the question. Wrong hard man, Tsuburaba. Then, from another spot on the robotic corpse, Class 1A really is full of jerks. Tetsu reveals his true location, who used his quirk to survive in the same format. I'll smash that ice guy once I get my hands on him. Oh, there he is. Hey, Tetsu, good to see you made it. Unfortunately, for the spiky brunette, Tetsu was too blinded by rage after the robot's collapse. Shown even more so as he tailed Kirishima while calling him a damn copycat. Wait, what are you doing, man? Come back. What the hell, Tetsu? You said you wouldn't do this. Tokage hollered. Steam erupted from her body while her teeth turned razor sharp, her eyes glowed white, and her hair spiked up from every direction of her head like a giant green flame. Man, how lucky are they? They don't have to worry about being crushed. Kaminari exclaims. Another student with lightly tanned skin, black hair tied into a low braid, and sharp reptilian eyes responds to the electric user while extending his hand. We're racing each other, but we can team up for now. Let's carve a path. Everyone panned to witness the decision was made by none other than Class 1B's Chinese exchange student, Hiryu Rin, who activated his quirk by growing greenish scales on his left arm. Tokage was ecstatic about her classmate's decision. Finally, one of the guys is willing to cooperate with others. Then again, Rin was against the rivalry idea from the start. He's right. Come on everyone. Let's clear a path so everyone can cross. Back at the front, both Todoroki and Midoriya stood before their next challenge, a massive chasm dotted with several large plateaus, all connected with thick steel wires. For those of you who thought the first obstacle was easy, let's see how you like the next challenge. If you trip here, you're out. Get ready for the fall. Note to self, never let Vlad King name an obstacle course again. Midoriya gulped at the massive chasm. Well, there's no turning back now. He then grabs onto one of the wires and starts climbing underneath it. Todoroki, on the other hand, produced ice to railgrind across another wire. He was still holding the lead, but Midoriya was not too far behind. By the time they were halfway across the canyon, the rest of the students had finally caught up after battling robots and bypassing a zero-pointer's metallic husk. You've got to be kidding me. How are we supposed to cross that? Ashido whined. When did they have time to build this canyon? Uraraka followed. He. Finally. This is my chance to showcase my skills. Now my support items are gonna steal the spotlight from the wannabe heroes. Behold everyone. Observe what my brilliant gadgets can do. Both turn around to another pink-haired girl suited head to toe in gadgets ranging from goggles to massive boots. However, unlike Ashido, whose hair was short and curly with a pair of small horns sticking out, this new girl's hair consisted of thick dreadlocks reaching to her shoulders, kind of similar to a chibi octopus's tentacles. She fired a grappling hook attached to her hips to one of the platforms. Hold on. A support course student. Why are you carrying all of that stuff? Since students from the hero course get all kinds of training for their quirks, the school decided to keep things fair by allowing us to take whatever gadgets we want as long as we have made them ourselves. The support student proudly confessed as the grappling hook continued to extend until it stopped, confirming it reached its target. This is the perfect opportunity to show off our ingenious ideas and creations to any companies looking to recruit us. I hope you're watching, dear employers. 'Cause my cute little babies are going to make one hell of a show. The girl activates her boots as they push her off the ground, and cackles as the grappling hook pulls her forward. Uraraka charges forward as she activates her quirk on herself to float above the plateaus. I won't lose. During that time, on another section of the obstacle, Bakugo was foaming at the mouth. I flew past all of that ice and bucketheads and I'm still behind Deku and that icy hot bastard. He saw that both Todoroki and Midoriya had finally crossed the fall, with the latter still carrying the scrap metal from the last challenge. Do they think they can beat me when this is my chance to win? Not on my watch. He fired more explosions from the palms of his hands and propelled forward while shouting, Deku. Icy hot. Get back here. I'm not done with you. Todoroki and Midoriya turned around to see the explosive classmate tailing them. Kachan. Took him long enough to get fired up. You suck. Back in the crowd, everyone kept cheering on Todoroki due to the skill with his quirk as well as his heritage as the son of Endeavor, the number 2 hero, and the only candidate closest to All Might in terms of raw firepower. As soon as the leading two reached the next course, they both stopped to catch their breath. Midoriya looked up to see the next challenge and squeaked a bit at the sight. And now, it's time for the last obstacle. Tread carefully, everyone, 'cause your final challenge is a minefield. The sight before them was an open dirt field speckled with darker colored circles throughout its surface, likely the location of the mines in question. If you look carefully, those little bombs are buried in special locations, so keep your eyes on the ground, folks. Don't you worry, though. The mines are designed for the games, so the explosions aren't lethal, but they're strong enough to make you wet your pants. Get a hold of yourself, Mike. Todoroki looked up to see the field before him, so this is the final obstacle. Very clever. This will put anyone in the lead at a disadvantage. He decided it was best to walk around the mines rather than use his ice again, not wanting to set them off like the others behind him or risk clearing a path for others to cross. Meanwhile, Midoriya observed the students traverse the course with varying levels of precision. Anyone who wasn't careful was flung up into the air with a trail of pink smoke. Then, from his right, he witnessed Bakugo fly past him and over the mines. Ha ha, I got you now, the blonde announced as he flew towards Todoroki and attacked him. Bastard, you declared war on the guy here. Both proceed to trade blows with and without their powers. Just like that, another student is threatening to take the lead. Nothing beats entertainment like an upset. Midoriya stared more at the two in disbelief. Crap. They're getting too far ahead. He clenched onto the scrap metal he was still holding and thrust it into the ground. No. This isn't over. Not on my watch. The metal sheet pierces through the dirt as he comes up with an idea. On another spot, Tokage and Fukudashi were using their quirks to get as many classmates across the minefield as possible. The girl looked to her side to witness Midoriya in front of a pile of mines. What is he doing over there? Wait a minute, don't tell me. Thanks for the idea, Kachan. Midoriya charges forward with the metal shield in front of him and then jumps as high as he can before landing on the explosive pile. Tokage's eyes widen, knowing what will happen next. Everyone, get down. Huh, why? Just do it. She tackles Fukudashi to the floor all of a sudden, and as soon as everyone turned to Midoriya's direction, they followed suit. Kaboom! A massive pink dust cloud erupted from Midoriya's location, gathering everyone's attention. Even Todoroki and Bakugo turned around mid-fight to witness the explosion. This was followed by a massive gust of wind pushing anyone too slow to brace for impact off their feet. What's with that huge explosion in the back? I thought Bakugo was in front of the pack. Tokage squinted her eyes shut, not wanting to get blinded. As soon as she opened them, one thing came to her mind. No way. In the air, Midoriya was flying up, using the metal sheet as a makeshift shield and glider, soaring past the rest of the competition. I don't believe it. What just happened? Yes, All Might cheered back at the stands. It looks like Class 1A Zizuku Midoriya is making another comeback, and is suddenly in hot pursuit of first place. Flashback. I gotta be careful. These landmines go off if I step on them. Midoriya thought as he used his metal scrap to shovel out mine after mine. During that time, everyone was either treading the field carefully or staring for a bit, wondering what he was up to. They're not powerful on their own, but they can turn into a huge disaster if you activate multiple at once. This isn't something you can just rush through. Naturally, it's better to slow down and avoid them entirely. That will minimize injuries. Even the people with great agility can't be too reckless. Not to mention, the amount of mines is even denser at the front. No one is going to traverse this field very quickly. That said, I can use that to my advantage. Everyone was careful to avoid them at the entrance, so there are still plenty buried around here. Okay, here goes nothing. His finished product was a pile of mines grouped up at one spot. He then backs up for a bit with his shield raised, preparing for the next step. Thanks for the idea, Kachan. Go beyond, plus ultra. He then makes a mad dash to the pile of bombs, before landing on top of them. Back to present. The female greenette smirked at what Midoriya just did. Clever boy. I don't believe it. Midoriya has taken back the lead. Midoriya continues to fly over the rest of the students while using the scrap metal as a makeshift glider. Perfect. I flew over them just like I planned. But the force was much stronger than I expected, and I forgot to plan out how I was gonna land. Deku, what the hell do you think you're doing, taking back the lead, huh? Bakugo yelled while propelling forward with more explosions. Todoroki, meanwhile, forged an icy path in front of him, so the mines don't detonate underneath him. This path will help the others get across. But that's a risk I'll have to take if I want to keep the lead. Check out the plot twist. They're not fighting anymore. It's now a mad dash to the finish line after Midoriya, folks. Now that's what I call a competition. Suddenly, Midoriya begins to slow down as he plummets back to the ground. Oh crap, I'm running out of speed here. I gotta think of something, or I'll fall behind again. Wait, I still have a chance. I need to time it right, though. The boy latches tightly onto a cable attached to the metal board as he flips forward, plants his feet onto the Class 1A rivals, and hurls the metal plate onto the mines again with all of his might. Take this, he shouts as the scrap strikes the mine below. This set off another explosion powerful enough to not only propel Midoriya forward again, but also knock Todoroki and Bakugo off to the sides. He then rolls onto the ground, careful not to lose too much momentum, before getting back onto his feet for one last sprint. There you have it. Midoriya has blasted past his classmates from 1A and is keeping the lead all to himself. I don't believe it. He cleared that minefield in record time. Behind him, both rivals shot out of the smoke, chasing Midoriya with everything they had left. Tell me, Eraserhead, how are your students so amazing? What the heck are you teaching them? This has nothing to do with me. They are all powered by their drive to succeed. It doesn't matter what obstacle they face. These kids are insane. There's your answer, folks. These students are amazing because Eraserhead sucks. What? All three students remained in a mad dash as the finish line drew closer than ever. Who would have guessed this race would include a hodgepodge of surprises? I'm at the edge of my seat here, as we speak. Before long, all three were a hair away from victory, and the first person to clear the obstacle course is. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the moment of truth. The one and only. A red high top clears the finish line, Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. The crowd went wild over the Greenette's victory. Cheers left and right roared throughout the stadium as they all congratulated the underdog, who slowed down to witness everyone shouting his name in triumph. The boy was about to burst into tears, but chose to hold them in for now as he made a huge smile, pumped his right fist into the air, and exclaimed, "I am here. That's the spirit, young Midoriya. I knew you could do it." The cheers were so massive that some of the pro heroes stationed as guards turned around to witness the winner of the race on screen. "Huh, it's that kid from 2 years ago. Oh yeah, the one who fought the sludge monster. That's incredible." Meanwhile, Midoriya panted like crazy as he looked around the site of the stadium. He turned to All Might, who struggled to contain his excitement from the near top of the audience seating as he clapped and stood up from his seat, cheering the boy on. The cheers persisted, so he used one of his hands to wipe his face as more students came barreling into the finish line. All Might thought to himself, this sports festival is a competition to showcase your skills to the world. The kind where everyone aims to be at the top. Even if it means trampling your friends and your classmates, popularity is what makes you the cream of the crop. Naturally, you'd only survive if you want to be the best. It's a cutthroat world, after all. Your core has always been helping others. That's why I chose you to be my successor, young Midoriya. Even if your selflessness proved to be a weakness as well, you proved me wrong. I'm glad I was only worried for nothing. Well done. Next time, though, dial the waterworks down a notch." He proceeds to stare down at some business course students, who were debating over Midoriya's marketing potential. In another spot on the stadium, Bakugo stood alone and heavily breathing over what had happened. "Deku, there's no way. Not again. I lost to both him and Icy Hot, and in public this time." Todoroki was also recovering in another area, utilizing the icy half of his quirk to expedite the cooling process. He then looks up to stare at Midoriya, who was watching the others flood back into the stadium before walking away. "I can't believe he bested me without his quirk. No matter, I'll get him in the next round." "Deku, that was amazing." Uraraka panted as she approached Midoriya. Thanks. I can't believe you got first place. I'm so jealous. How did you do that?" Midoriya blushed like crazy as he wrapped his arms around his face. It was nothing, really." Back at the finish line, Yaoyorozu walks in heavily panting, with her UA jacket unzipped, exposing the black sports bra underneath. "How could this happen?" Something suddenly cackles from Yaoyorozu's back. Turns out, Mineta hitched a ride on his classmate by attaching his purple hair balls onto her back. He showed himself proud of the achievement as he looked up to the sky with a nosebleed, 2 birds with 1 stone. "I'm a genius." The pony-tailed girl swatted the purple midget off her back. "You are the worst." Meanwhile, at another spot, more and more Class 1B students were barreling in behind everyone from 1A, with Tokage and Fukudashi coming out last. "Is that everyone?" the comic boy asks as katakana for huffing appears on his face. Heh, Tokage pants as she stands back up. "I think so. It's a good thing the rest of our class made it before us. Aren't you worried that you scored too low in this course? This seems like the perfect place for you to make a killing here. You could have easily scored in the top 10. Heck, maybe even first. Tempting, but I'll pass. Everyone in our class worked their butts off for this competition. It's only fair I give you guys a fighting chance with the skills I possess." During their sudden talk, the geared-up girl from The Fall appears next, showing an expression between disappointment for scoring so low in the race and excitement for getting more time to showcase her babies. "That's odd. I thought you only stayed behind because you wanted to observe 1A. Seriously, why would you think that?" No reason." Fukudashi produced an ellipsis on his face, hoping the girl wouldn't see through his lie. Suddenly, another blonde shoots past them, propelled by a laser from his stomach. "Holy smokes, who was that?" he shouted as an exclamation point replaced the ellipsis. Both turned to witness the student clutching his stomach in pain while groaning in another language. "Who's that guy? He seems French." Fukudashi wondered as the blonde student continued rolling on the grass. "I think he's from 1A. It looks like he barely passed with that move. Poor guy." Fortunately, an invisible-looking person came over to check on him. Tokage then turns to Midoriya, who holds his hand in a fist while looking up for a bit. She then grinned for a moment. I had a feeling he would get first place. She lightly punched Fukudashi in the shoulder. Come on, man. Let's go check in on the others. Some time later, all of the students gather in front of the podium with Midnight at the center. That concludes the first game. What an exciting performance that was. And now for the leaderboards. A giant projector appears behind her, numbering the first 42 participants to pass the course from first to last. Group A. Izuku Midoriya number 1. Group A. Shoto Todoroki number 2. Group A. Katsuki Bakugo number 3. Group B. Abara Shiozaki number 4. Group B. Juzo Honanuki number 5. Group A. Tenya Iida number 6. Group A. Fumikage Tokiyami number 7. Group A. Honda Siro number 8. Group A. Eijiro Kirishima number 9. Group B. Tetsu number 10. The list continued downward until it reached Yuga Aoyama, who barely passed at rank 42. Only the top 42 will advance to the next round. But don't feel bad if you didn't cut it. We have plenty of other opportunities for you all to shine. Now, let's see what game awaits you all next. The projector spun another wheel as it cycled through dozens of potential games. Prepare yourselves for the next challenge. The wheel on the projector stopped as it displayed one name among the remaining 42 contestants. Behold, the Cavalry battle. Kaminari cringed at the sight. That game. You've got to be kidding me, I suck at those. Oh ho ho ho, nice. Subaraba cheered in another spot in the crowd. That takes me back. Interesting, Asui added. I wonder how they'll split us up. You will all band together in teams of 2 to 4, and assemble into a horse and rider formation. Think of it as the classic playground game, but there is one key difference. Each of you has been assigned a specific point value with headbands based on your performance in the previous event. All you have to do is work together and use your quirks to steal the other team's headbands and build your overall score. The person in 42nd starts with 5 points, the person in 41st will have 10, and every subsequent placement increases your score by the same amount. That said, there's only one exception to the rule here. That is to say, the person in first place will start with. This better not be what I think it is. 10 million points. All of Izuku's adrenaline coursed from his body straight into his brain. That's right. This will be a survival of the fittest. A chance for those at the bottom to make their way to the top. He shorted out so quickly to the shock that the only thing his mouth could process was. You've got to be kidding me. Sports Festival Stadium. Midoriya panicked as he heard his name would be worth 10 million points due to scoring first place in the last game. All the other contestants surrounding Midoriya stared daggers at him. Flashbacks of his past began ringing back into his ears, the kind where everyone doubted his potential. Why did it have to be that number? This isn't junior high anymore. A lot has changed over the past 2 years. Yet, I'm a target again, and only because I scored first place through dumb luck. Is this what they meant when they said it's hard being at the top? Here are the rules. Midnight announces. The game itself will last 15 minutes. Points from each of your team members will be summed together for your team's starting number. That score will be printed on the headbands your leader will wear at the start of the game. Grab as many headbands as you can to boost your score. Any new bands you steal must be worn from the neck up. Don't worry, if your headband gets stolen or if your team falls over, you are still free to keep playing until time runs out. This will be a rough time, boys and girls, so use your quirks to your heart's content here. However, there is one rule you must abide by. If you make a team fall on purpose, I'll slap you with a red card and disqualify you. Got it? All that was heard after that was Bakugo being visibly pissed at the last rule. Now that that's out of the way, build your teams. You've got 15 minutes, so hop to it. Midoriya ponders to himself. Let's see here, so there are 42 contestants left in this round, including myself. Given the rules of the cavalry battle, that implies there will be 10 to 12 teams total. Regardless of my team, my score is what everyone will be paying attention to in the end. Okay, time to make a team. Izuku started reaching out to his classmates, but every time he did, they turned him down. Each failed attempt left him feeling more hopeless than he could ever imagine. This is bad. I can't get anyone to join my team. Not that I blame them, since it means I will be the primary target. It makes way more sense to grab any points you can by the end. And unlike Todoroki or Kachan, I didn't even use my quirk in the first round, so no one has any con. He then bumps into someone. Sorry. Midoriya panicked before turning to the student he ran into. Oh, no worries. You're good. Both soon realize who they ran into. Midoriya, Tokage. Hey, good to see you, man. Congrats on scoring first in the last game. Oh, thank you. It's good to see you made it too. I saw you barely passed in the last round. What happened? The obstacle course seemed to be up your alley. I had no problem with the course. Just wanted to make sure the rest of my class survived. They worked just as hard to get here, after all. Oh, that makes sense. Midoriya gulps loudly before making a request. So, do you want to team up? Oh, I was going to. Well, I understand. The male greenette falls into a slump with a gloomy cloud above his head. This is what I get for not using my quirk at all in the last round. The girl waved both of her hands, not wanting Midoriya to blame himself for the rejection. No. It's not that at all, Midoriya. I swear. Then what is it? Well, the thing is, Tokage was about to mutter her answer, only for someone else to join the conversation. Hey, Deku, there you are. Uraraka pops in from the side. Uraraka, why are you here? Midoriya squeaked upon turning to his classmate and jumped a bit closer to the other greenette. I want to team up with you, that's why. Uraraka smiled at the prospect. She then grows curious upon spotting the other girl. Oh, you found a teammate, already. The two fall into a panic, each trying to explain to themselves that they only bumped into each other while searching for teammates to partner with. However, they stumbled and talked over each other so much that neither answer could even translate as jargon. Uraraka stared back, dumbfounded over their initial answer. Wait, what? Midoriya and Tokage sweated over everything they said, though they were relieved Uraraka didn't comprehend what they were talking about. Tokage shifts closer to the boy and quietly asks, what do we do now? She's going to get the wrong idea at this rate. I'm not sure, Izuku whispered. Let's start from the beginning and go from there. It might help our case. Meanwhile, back at the teacher's stands, All Might analyzed his protege's strategy now that everyone will be targeting his score. That's odd. Why is young Midoriya teaming up with young Tokage from Class 1B? I get that he would struggle with the next round. After all, when you're at the top, everyone will be gunning for your position, so it's a safe bet to work with people you are familiar with. But this seems a little unorthodox. Is it possible that he plans to team up with her because of his unfamiliarity with the other hero class? Back at the main field, Uraraka's face lit up upon hearing the two greenettes out. Oh, I get it now. You're Deku's friend from 1B. Sorry about getting confused earlier, Tokage. Yeah, that's me. It's a pleasure to meet you, Uraraka. Wait a minute, why did you call Midoriya Deku? Isn't that the same name Bakugo calls him? It is. I like the name, though. It gives off a you can do it vibe, so it kinda stuck around. Tokage turns to Midoriya, can you give some context here? Well, when we were young, Deku started as something Kachan called me to make fun of me. It was his way of calling me weak or useless. But thanks to Uraraka, I started to see the name in a new light. Now I'm starting to despise this Bakugo character. Tokage thought as she produced a comedic sweat drop and turned back to Uraraka. That explains a lot. Then, a thought came into the brunette's mind upon discovering Deku's new friend. Wait. I have an idea. Let's all team up. You can't be serious, Uraraka. I have 10 million points to worry about. As long as we all run away, then we win, right? Tokage hopped in with her thoughts. Not to be a downer about this, but Midoriya needs more than speed if he's going to win. I know. That's why it's better to team up with people you like. Tokage went wide-eyed over Uraraka's answer as she gawked. You can't be. That's your takeaway. We just met each other. How is this supposed to work? We both know Deku, and he told me what a good person you are. It should still be possible. Only groans spawned from the female greenette's mouth from here on out. A similar situation happened with Midoriya as he understood both viewpoints. Then, something dawns on him. Flashback. Aren't we all competing against each other in the sports festival? We are, but that doesn't mean we can't grow stronger together. Even if we're in different classes, cooperating will be a lot better for everyone in the hero course down the road. Back to the present. Wait, I think Uraraka's onto something. Huh, what do you mean, Deku? Communication will be the deciding factor for this round. Look around us. Everyone else is playing it safe by teaming up with classmates. They're not familiar with what quirks or other abilities exist, so their knowledge is limited to half the contestants at most. But, since we know each other despite being in separate classes, we can counter pretty much everyone. Oh yeah, that's right, Tokage's in 1B, so she knows pretty much everyone there. That means if we team up, we'll have an easier time avoiding them as well. Good thinking, Deku. Midoriya nods at the sentiment before turning to the Greenette, and besides, you said it yourself. Classes A and B will be stronger if we work together. This can be your chance to prove it to everyone. Oh my gosh, you want to work with us despite the class rivalry. That's amazing. Setsuna utters, I don't think I should. Come on, this could be your chance to prove our classes can get along. Please. Tokage wanted to oppose, but soon realized Uraraka was right. Oh geez, what am I thinking? I wanted our classes to get along, and here I was, about to join Kendo's team, just like the others. I'm such an idiot. What's the point in standing up for a belief I won't back up? I better fix this. Thus, Setsuna caved in. You know what? What the heck? I guess I can mix things up. I'm in. Nice. We got a third member. Uraraka cheered. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Tokage. Thank you. Midoriya followed as tears erupted from his eyes. Tokage grinned a bit over her new teammates' praises. Well, I asked for this to happen. I might as well see it to the end. I didn't expect Midoriya to cry like that. Then again, everyone's gunning for his score, so I guess I can't blame him for being stressed out. Uraraka pumped her fist into the air as she turned around. All right. All we need to do now is get Iida, and we're all set. Midoriya stopped the tear ducts upon hearing this. I don't think that's going to be possible, Uraraka. Huh, what do you mean, Deku? Well, for one, Iida joined another team. Midoriya points in the direction where he spotted their friend alongside Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, and Kaminari. Oh, darn, that's not good. Tokage threw in her 2 cents, not wanting the brunette to commit to something irrational. Midoriya's right. Even if Iida were available, we can't bring him in given our current setup. Think about it. We're starting with the highest valued headband, which means our priority is to protect it at all costs to remain in first place. Unless one of us can provide a strong enough defense to keep the other teams at bay, we'll not only lose our points in an instant, but won't be able to get them back. Oh, right, I didn't think about that. Midoriya then adds his comments while looking around some more. Yeah, that makes sense. And to add insult to injury, a lot of the heavy hitters from Class 1A have already formed teams with each other. Our only hope is to find someone from Class B who can serve as a defense specialist. What do you think, Tokage? Does anyone come to mind? The girl in question puts one of her hands underneath her chin to help with brainstorming. I can think of a few guys, but defense is a broad term in our case. We need someone with a good amount of range to ward off enemy attacks. Yeah, and with the variety of potential quirks, we might find some that can also serve a secondary function. Exactly. Not to mention, anyone we don't take will count as another obstacle we need to watch out for. So we'll need someone who can adapt to quirks from both classes in an instant. Like someone with an omnidirectional power. Wait, could you two slow down a bit? Uraraka tried to butt in. Did you say omnidirectional? What are you two trying to look for? Unfortunately, both Greenettes remained in a muttering banter. Oh, they're completely ignoring me. That's okay, I guess. At least they get along well. A couple of minutes later, inspiration struck Tokage. I got it. I know just the guy, she announced as she slammed one of her fists into her palm. Huh, can you fill me in on what your plan is? Both students shift their gaze to Uraraka with Midoriya summarizing their talk. Oh. Tokage found someone who can serve as our fourth teammate. Really? Who is it? Wait here. It'll be easier to explain if I bring him over. Tokage replies before separating the top half of her body to float into the air and begin searching. The move did freak out Uraraka, though, as she mutters, "What the did she just cut herself in half?" Yep, that's Tokage's quirk, lizard tail splitter. It lets her divide her body into multiple pieces that fly around at will. It's pretty amazing, am I right? Why yeah, L looks super cool. Uraraka tries to reply enthusiastically. Well, Deku didn't freak out about it. I should have guessed that would happen. Midoriya stares back at the different teams he will have to contend with, so it will all begin soon. Everyone's an enemy, and I'm at the top. No matter what happens, I'm their primary target. I hope this setup works. 30 seconds pass, and Tokage's upper half is still out there. Huh, she's been gone for a while. Yeah, do you think she found him? Found him, Tokage exclaimed, freaking out the two 1A students as they turned around at her voice. Who did you find? Uraraka asks before looking up in awe and shock. Midoriya, Uraraka, meet our fourth teammate. Sometime later. Ooh, time's up. Everyone. Midnight cheers as the timer beeps at 0. Let's get this party started. Over at the radio station, Mike wakes up Eraserhead to prepare him for the next round. After 15 minutes to pick teammates and strategies, we now have 12 cavalry teams ready to go head to head. Eraserhead looks a bit forward to witness the groups before him. I see some unusual student combinations. Especially Midoriya's. What is he thinking with that setup? Come on, everyone. Put your hands in the air for the next round. It's time for a battle royale. Let me hear ya scream. Everyone cheered at the top of their lungs for the newly formed teams, most of whom showed expressions of varying confidence. Tetsu's team, for instance, had most of their members look ready to crush 1A. It made sense given his teammates included Shiozaki, Honanuki, and Awase, all of whom scored highly in the last game. Yo, Tetsu. Huh, the Steel Boy wondered as he gazed at Monoma's team, which consisted of Kuwaro, Subaraba, and another guy with short dark brown hair and dark eyes. No hard feelings, okay. Not at all. Let's do this, Tetsu announced. Then, as soon as the blonde turned his head to Team Midoriya, his blood ran cold as he twitched both of his eyes. Tokage, why the hell are you with those 1A degenerates? During the cheers and Monoma's grudge, Izuku wraps the headband worth 10,245 points around his forehead. Below him stood Kojiro Bando, the student Tokage recommended for their team. However, what made their setup bizarre was that rather than have all three teammates assist their rider like the others, they opted to have Bando carry all three teammates at once, with Tokage on Midoriya's right, and Uraraka on his left. The male brunette blushed heavily over the idea of being sandwiched between two pretty girls, but chose to ignore it to maintain his cool. You ready, Uraraka? Yeah, Tokage. Let's go. Bando. I'll do my best. Let's do this, everyone. Hope you're ready with your teams cause this is going to get wild. Just get the round going already. Let's have one final countdown before the game begins. 3. Get him, Bakugo growled. 2. He's ours, Todoroki declares as he squints his eyes at Midoriya. 1. We'll see about that, Midoriya replies as he leans forward. Begin. All of the teams rush into Midoriya's in a mad frenzy, freaking out the boy. It's one big battle for the first place headband. Let's get him, Tetsu shouted at the top of his lungs. Ha. You're mine now, Midoriya. An invisible girl shouted above her team of 1A students. Unfortunately, her battle cry came out as less intimidating and more scandalous, thanks to her decision to remove her UA jacket, which made her invisible from the waist up, if you ignore her headband. Guys, see, can we go now? Bando freaked out. Not yet. Wait for our signal. Tokage patted the tall man. This is it. Ready, Ochako thought as everyone drew closer to them. Once they were close enough, Honanuki from Tetsu's team softened the ground with his feet as the effect spread towards them. Upon noticing the attack, Midoriya shouted, Uraraka. Now, right. The girl replies as she activates her quirk on the entire team by touching each of them with all 5 fingers on one of her hands. As soon as that happened, everyone started to feel weightless, prompting Bando to leap off the ground just as the softening effect reached his feet. That was too close. At least we know what that guy's quirk can do. Tokage's team is getting away. Damn it. After them. Jiro. On it. Jiro responded to the invisible girl as she flew her earphone jacks towards the leading quartet. Unfortunately, before they could close in, Bondo spewed a glue-like substance from his 7 eye holes, which, while it warded off the jack girl, also served a secondary function of propelling Midoriya's team further away from their attackers. Jiro jumped back squeamishly as soon as Bondo's glue splashed nearby her. Gross. What is that stuff? Nice going, Bondo. That was a brilliant move to use your quirk for both defense and thrust. It was just what we needed. Huh, oh, thanks, Midoriya. I'm happy you found the move useful. Bondo muttered while bashfully looking away from the other male on the team. Midoriya then turns to his right, Tokage. Do you see anyone tailing us from below? The female greenette splits off both of her eyes to check the surrounding area underneath them. Certain that no one was following them, she responded with, nope. We're all good here. Bring us down, Uraraka. On it. Get ready for landing, guys. Uraraka chants as she presses all of her fingertips together to deactivate her quirk. Tokage, Uraraka, Bondo. Your quirks are so amazing. Bondo then lands onto the ground with a massive thud, kicking up a small cloud of dust around them as they dash out of the fog. So, how do you like the progress so far? If we keep this up, first place will be ours. It's amazing, Tokage. You're a genius to make this team setup and strategy. I couldn't have made it this far without you. Ah, thanks. You're such a sweet talker. You know that. Tokage grinned while lightly blushing and scratching the back of her neck. Midoriya blushed too at the compliment as he covered his face with his hands while looking away. It was nothing. Uraraka did not enjoy the interaction as she turned her head away from the two while puffing her cheeks. Hey. I'm the one making everyone float here. They're not too far away. Come on, guys. The invisible girl shouted, not wanting to miss the opportunity for first place. Wait, Hagakure, your headband's gone, exclaimed one of her rear teammates. What? When did that happen? She squealed upon touching the top of her head. No. Where did it go, guys? Foo. Too easy. Monoma snickered as he twirled the girl's headband around his finger. Hey, Monoma, Subaraba wondered, any reason why we're not pining after Tokage's team? You looked pretty ticked off upon noticing her with the 1A guys. I'll deal with that traitor at another time. She's far too clever to duel in our current condition. Besides, I have a better way to get us all into the next round. Wowee, it's not even 2 minutes, and everyone's already at each other's throats. Better watch those headbands, kids. 'Cause even if you don't get the 10 million points, you can still qualify for the next round if you go after the other chart toppers. Team Midoriya proceeds to run some more, evading team after team. Unfortunately, their movement came to an abrupt halt as soon as Bondo stepped on something. Whoa, the yellow giant shouted before catching himself with his other foot, careful not to drop his teammates. What's wrong, Bondo? You're not hurt, are you? Midoriya wondered, to which the teammate replies, I'm fine. I think I snagged my foot on something. Can someone take a look? Both Tokage and Uraraka looked down, noticing that Bondo's left shoe was trapped by a sticky purple orb the size of a grapefruit. Tokage freaked out first. What is that thing? Noticing her teammate's confusion, Uraraka answers, that's one of Mineta's balls. He must have thrown it while we were distracted. Tokage cursed under her breath before detaching both of her hands and head to float towards the giant's left shoe. I'll get him out of here. You two watch our backs while I untie his shoe. You good with that, Bondo? Do what you have to. I'm okay with that. She looks down at the scene, only to internally curse, crap. Why did it have to be a double knot? Better make this quick, before getting to work. Wahahahaha. Prepare yourselves, for this isn't a fight. It's a massacre. That one sentence garnered both Midoriya's and Uraraka's attention towards a gigantic student wearing a mask over the lower half of his face, with 6 massive arms joined together through flesh-like webbing. He was currently using most of his arms to cover something above him like an organic tent. That's Mineta's voice, but I only see Shoji over there. What's going on? Midoriya noted as he heard yelling from another team on the opposite end, shoot. Tetsu's team. They found us. Tokage. Hurry. Uraraka pleaded. Hold on. I'm going as fast as I can. The other girl retorted as she was still struggling with the knot. Both Midoriya and Uraraka sweat heavily as they hear Mineta's voice once again. Hi Midoriya. They soon figure out that Mineta was hiding within Shoji's arms the whole time. To make things worse, a long tongue sprouted from within the hiding spot, barely missing Midoriya, Tokage, and Tetsu in the process before reeling back in, which could only mean one thing. Oh man, Asui's in there too. I told you to call me Sue, Ribbit. Hope you had your fun between the chicks, you bastard, cause you're going to pay with those 10 million points in full. Mineta cried out in jealousy over Izuku's position. Both he and Asui proceed to attack again, with the former tossing more purple balls at his opponents and the latter firing her tongue again. Team Mineta's coming in hot like a tank while making clever use of their quirks. Oh crap, I got it. The glue giant responded as he formed a glue wall towards the assaulting team, effectively stopping both the balls and tongue. And Team Midoriya counters the assault thanks to Bando's Plamo powers. Damn it, he's thought of everything. Mineta gritted his teeth. Asui follows along with the sentiment as she uses her gym jacket to clean off the excess glue coating her appendage. And I got glue all over my tongue. I'd better wipe this off before I accidentally digest it. At that same moment, Tokage unties the last knot in Bando's left shoe while returning her pieces to her main body. All done. We're free to go now, guys. Midoriya nods to the announcement. Right. Let's get out of here. Uraraka activates her quirk on the team, prompting Bando to jump away with one less shoe. The brunette notes, that was too close. Sorry, we had to get rid of your shoe, Bando. It's alright. I packed plenty in my locker for times like these. My Smeedine quirk is good at messing up clothes, so it's nice to have some spares. The girl sighs in relief that the giant 1B student came prepared. Suddenly, some explosions grab her attention. Uh-oh, we got company. All four turn to witness Bakugo propelling himself in the air. Oh crap, Kachan. Don't think you're safe from me, Deku. You're mine. I don't believe it. Bakugo jumped off his horses. Is that even allowed? It is, Mike. As long as he doesn't touch the ground, Bakugo's team is still in the game. Bando. Tokage shouts, prompting the glue giant to shoot glue at the explosive team. The Smeedine Colossus produced so much of the substance that it not only stopped Bakugo's explosions but also coated him from the waist up. What the hell is this crap? Get it off of me, Bakugo shouted as a stream of tape caught him before reeling him onto his teammates, who consisted of Kirishima on the front, Ashido on his right, and a dark-haired teen with tape dispensers for elbows on the left. Fortunately, the glue hardened before the tape team caught him, so it didn't transfer into his clothes. Whoa, nice catch, Zero. Too bad we have to clean off that junk from our leader now. Yeah, no kidding. Can you give us a hand here, Ashido? Sure can. I'll melt this stuff off in a jiffy. However, before the pink girl could activate her quirk, Bakugo grunted with all of his might before using his explosions to liberate himself from the artificial glue shell. He then climbs back on top before shouting, after them. That gluified golem isn't going to get away with this. That was too close. Are you alright, Bando? You're starting to slow down here. Midoriya asks his teammate as they land back onto the ground. I'm fine, Midoriya. Jay just a bit spooked by that Bakugo person, that's all. Are you sure it's not because you're carrying all three of us? Uraraka chimed in, you can put Tokage and me down if you want to. No, don't worry, I'm fine. I made a promise to carry all three of you at the start, and I'm going to keep it. Flashback. Back during the team setups, Tokage introduced Midoriya and Uraraka to her classmate, Kojiro Bando. She proceeded to explain how his quirk works, which was that he can fire a liquid, glue-like substance from his face. That said, Midoriya did have a question. Okay, I can see why you picked him. So, how are we going to set up the horse formation? Bando's super tall and perfectly fits at the front, but that will limit the visibility of both you and Uraraka. Good point. We could have him lean forward or even squat, though that will limit his mobility. Tokage added, what if we just grab onto his legs? Uraraka pondered, that way, we can let Bando move freely without limiting our sights. Bando's not that tall. Besides, don't you need both of your hands to use zero gravity effectively? You might accidentally make him weightless if you wrap your arms around him. Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. Then, Bando chimes in, hey guys. I may have an idea that could work. All three turn to the giant of 1B, what's your idea, Bando? Well, what if I carry all three of you on my back? That way, my height won't get in the way, and you three can use your quirks as much as you like. That sounds like a good idea, but wouldn't that tire you out? We don't know if your back has enough room for two of us, let alone everyone here. You might even need to hold someone in your arms. Yes, I'm sure. My quirk, Smeeding, allows me to shoot glue from the orifices on my face. However, I am not limited to one type. I have complete control over its viscosity, tensile strength, and even the curing rate. But the substance only comes out from my face and not my arms, legs, or any other body part. If I have to use both of my arms to carry you guys, that won't be a problem for me. Wow, okay, then, if you insist. Thanks for the idea, Bando. Thanks, I'm happy to help, that's all. Bando nervously replied before thinking, I suppose it was a good idea to follow Tokage after all. Back to the present. Whoa, is he always like this? Midoriya wondered. Not really. I've never seen Bando this determined before. Tokage noted as she grew impressed by the guy's level of bravery. Is it possible Midoriya is rubbing off on him? Well, regardless, we made it to halftime with our initial score, so that's a good sign. Just need to keep this up and first place should be all ours. As expected, everyone's still after the first place team and giving them no time to breathe. What a show. Now that it's halftime, let's take a look at the scoreboard of all of the teams so far. A projector shows the current scores on screen, only for the entire audience to grow flabbergasted at what they're witnessing. As it currently stood, Midoriya's team was in first place, followed by Monoma, Tetsu, Kendo, Todoroki, and Rin, with everyone else having a score of 0. That's weird. Other than Midoriya's team, Class 1A isn't doing so hot. What's going on here? Even Team Bakugo has it rough. Meanwhile, Monoma twirls another headband as his group waltzes away from their last target, Team Bakugo. Your class is too small-minded. You should consider thinking bigger. No way. He got our headband. Ashido shrieked as Bakugo turned to the 1B team. What did you say? Get back here. Sorry. That's not going to happen. Midnight said the obstacle course was only the first game, and we had a feeling they wouldn't cut all of us right off the bat. So, assuming at least 40 contestants survive for the next event, all we had to do was hold back until we had our opportunity to shine. Not to mention, since we had a few members make the middle ranks, we were easily able to study your patterns while 1A pursued the top. You've made a grave mistake going for first place in the preliminary rounds. I hope you're proud of yourself. Bakugo grits his teeth even harder as he utters, you planned this as a class this whole time. Not all of us, though I'd say the ones that did got the job well done. An unnamed brunette underneath him whispers, hey, quit stalling. They're coming for us. Patience, Kaibara, we'll get there. After all, what else can I say but that this is the same guy who was kidnapped by the sludge monster 2 years ago. You'll have to tell me more about it. Being a damsel must be quite terrifying for the likes of you. Oh well, maybe some other time. Ta-ta. Monoma's team finally leaves, with half of them muttering how their leader shouldn't waste his time monologuing his opponents. Kirishima. New plan. Forget Deku. Let's kill these 1B idiots first. Then we'll go after the rest of them. Bakugo demonically mutters before setting his sights on the 1B blonde. The aura grew so dark that all three teammates halted in their tracks. However, their leader despised this behavior and shouted, what are you waiting for? Get them, prompting them all to charge. Back at Midoriya's location, holy, whoa. Class 1B had a long-term strategy that involved the last round. That would leave a lasting impression with the audience. He then recalls two of his teammates. Did you and Bando know about this? Tokage snarled at the accusation while crossing her arms in an X formation. For your information, I never agreed to anything Monoma said. I may have spied on a few of you guys, but only to make sure your classmates don't end up harming my own. Oh, that makes sense. Sorry if what I said sounded a bit insensitive. Tokage huffed as she calmed down. It's fine. He's been giving us trouble since day one anyway. He got Bakugo's attention alongside some other guys from my class. We can use that to our advantage. At this rate, they won't come for our headband for the rest of the match. We can rest a bit easier now. Yeah, that makes sense. It's never a good idea to provoke him, especially in a competition. Midoriya responded as he huffed a visible sigh. Then, Team Todoroki pops in front of them, their leader glaring icicles at the male greet. Oh great, look who finally decided to show up. Tokage groaned. Get ready, guys. The other three nod as Present Mike continues to announce the halftime reports, with Todoroki preparing his right hand to make a move. I'll be taking that headband, now, Todoroki announces. Geez, what's his beef with you, Midoriya? Did you kill his dog or something? No, Todoroki declared war on me this morning. Keep your guards up, we'll jump away at my signal. Now, Iida, charge, Todoroki declared. Yes, sir. Iida activates his quirk as the boosters from his calves ignite into a roaring orange. Midoriya stares intensely at the team before him, alongside at least 4 other teams at their flanks. Then, Yaoyorozu created a massive blanket from her bare midsection that Todoroki grabbed to shield the group, followed by a grounding wire she planted into the ground with her right arm. Their last teammate, Kaminari, glowed yellow with sparks all over his body as he chanted, indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million volts. Jump. Bondo bounced as high as he could thanks to Uraraka's assistance. All of the groups who were woefully unprepared remained stunned at their location, some of them even cursing at the electric user. Not this time, Todoroki shouts as he covers the grounding wire in ice, which spreads to the 4 teams. That should keep them busy. Let's move. Look at that, folks. He stopped all 4 of those teams cold in their tracks. Yes, but only after Kaminari immobilized the students with his electricity. He's adapting since the last round. Nice commentary, mummy man. That said, only one team managed to adapt in time. Aizawa added as he observed Midoriya's team still in the air. They were using Bondo's quirk to thrust themselves away from Todoroki as well as parry their attacks. This is bad, Deku. Iida's too fast for Bondo to target with his quirk. And we can't touch the ground, or else Kaminari will shock us into submission. This is a terrible matchup. Tokage intervenes with her thoughts. I don't think that's the best way to put it, Uraraka. Huh, what do you mean? Kaminari isn't the one we should be worried about. Yaomomo is. The only reason we're still in the air is because she hasn't created anything to pull us back down. If we get too close to Todoroki's group, she might produce a cable to drag us out of the air or worse. Unless another team intervenes, staying far away and in the air is all we can do. Assuming Bondo doesn't start having problems from overusing his quirk, she then looks at the Goliath below her, whose face is starting to grow pale. Hang on a little longer, big guy. Just 5 more minutes to go. Suddenly, Bondo stops floating, bringing Tokage out of her thoughts. Huh, why are we stopping all of a sudden? Uh-oh. Team Midoriya is cornered. Tokage turns around, noticing they were inches away from clearing the border. Shit. So much for running away. And Bondo is starting to tucker out here. Midoriya looks at Bondo's face and freaks out upon noticing how dry his face has become. Oh no. His face is cracking up. That must be a side effect of overusing his quirk. So much for relying on glue propulsion. She turns to the boy. So what do you say? Another jump. Yeah, we'll need to be careful with where Bondo jumps exactly. Todoroki used his ice to wall off our flanks so we can't run away from him again. Our only hope is to hurdle over Todoroki's team until time runs out. If possible, let's stay in the air for as long as we can in case Kaminari tries something. Tokage silently nodded to the idea. They proceed to leap over Todoroki's team over and over again. Every time Iida charged at them, Bondo evaded the entire group. It was starting to annoy the half-and-half user more, especially given they had about 1 minute left on the clock. He keeps jumping over me, no matter how many times we close in on him. Damn it, at this rate, he'll secure first place again. I can't let that happen. Todoroki, I have an idea. I'm going to do something that will render me immobile for the rest of the game, but it'll secure our win for sure. What's the plan, Iida? What are you going to do? Just sit tight. Get that headband and I'll handle the rest. Iida announces as he fires all of his engines even hotter than before. Torque over. Reciproburst. He rockets his entire team at a blinding speed. Midoriya's group was helpless as Todoroki sped past him and swiped the headband clean off his forehead. What just happened? That was one hell of a blur from Team Todoroki. And they secured the 10 million points. Holy smokes. What the hell? Where did that speed come from? Tokage exclaimed as she reattached her head after dodging the assault. She turns to Midoriya, who was equally shocked. Did you know he could do that? No, I've never seen Iida use that move before. He must have developed it while we were training for the sports festival in secret. I knew Iida was determined to win and take our headband, but this is taking things to another level. What an upset. Todoroki's team is now in first place, and Midoriya's doesn't have diddly squat. After them, Midoriya shouted before Tokage interrupted. Wait. That won't work. Huh, what do you mean? We have to get our points back. I know, but we didn't plan how to recollect our points against someone faster than us. Besides, there's no way Todoroki is keeping the 10 million points without hiding them. Midoriya comes to his senses, realizing that she was right. He knew hiding the values of the headbands was a valid strategy as long as they remained from the neck up. Uraraka chimes in, then let's grab as many headbands as we can carry. Surely one of them is our old headband. No way, that's too risky. Todoroki will freeze us if we get too close. Tokage adds in, now biting her nails. She tried super hard to come up with a new strategy, but all she could come up with were blanks. Come on, Tokage, think. What are we gonna do? During that time, Midoriya noticed something. That's odd. Why are his legs smoking? Is this a side effect of using Reciproburst? It doesn't seem like he can do it more than once in that condition. Wait, that's it. Guys, I have an idea. Both girls and Bondo turn to Midoriya, who now has a more serious look on his face. We still have a chance to take the headband back. But I need everyone's help here to pull it off. You can't be serious. What if Iida runs off again? Heck, what if one of the other guys immobilizes us? Unless we skedaddle and grab points from another team, we're done for. No, he won't, Midoriya declared, shocking Tokage. What do you mean he won't? Look over there, the one for all user points towards Team Todoroki, specifically Iida. I don't know how Iida acquired this new move to make himself faster than usual, but it's not something he can do repeatedly, given the smoke sputtering from his legs. Kaminari and Yaoyorozu aren't doing so hot either. They're losing focus after using their quirks for so long. The only one who still poses a potential threat to us is Todoroki, but as long as we stay on his left side and grab the correct headband, we can take back the 10 million without them pursuing us again. Uraraka grew determined at this. Right. Let's get the points back, Deku. I know we can do it. This bewilders Tokage as she asks, do you even know if Midoriya's plan is going to work? Yes, I believe in Deku. He never gives up, no matter how bad the odds are. If he has a way for us to secure first place, then I'm going to help him no matter what. The female brunette's eyes remained wide upon hearing this, before shifting to Bondo when he spoke. I think we should go with Midoriya's plan. He hasn't failed us yet, and I don't want to disappoint him now after all the progress we've made. I'm ready when you are, sir. Tokage took a deep breath, knowing that she was the only one left to agree to the idea. All right, what's the plan? We'll charge at Todoroki, but keep their focus on me. Tokage, split off both of your eyes and hands, and search for the headband within the pile. Bondo, if any of the teammates try anything, shoot them with as much glue as you can. Once I'm close enough, Tokage will swipe back the 10 million points, then we'll make a run for it with Uraraka's zero gravity. How does that sound? Tokage nods to the idea, deciding that the gambit may be their last chance to pass. I can work with that. Though, how are you going to distract Todoroki for long enough? Leave that to me, Midoriya announces as his right arm starts glowing with red streaks and green sparks. He put all of his focus into taking me down. Let's use that against him. All three nod to the idea as Uraraka shouts, charge. Let's get our points back. They close in on Todoroki's team, surprising all four of them with their final gambit. Like he planned, Midoriya forced all of the teammates to focus on him by activating One for All while Tokage's pieces snuck around undetected. Once he was close enough to the half-and-half student, Todoroki instinctively activated the flames on his left side. Midoriya took notice and swiped his hand at Todoroki's neck, snuffing them out in seconds. What is he doing? And why am I using his side? Tokage. Now. Then, from behind Todoroki, the splitting greenette yanks the headband marked for 10 million points as she floats her pieces back to her main body. Got it. Let's get outta here. Upon hearing this, Bondo makes a mad dash away from the enemy team as Todoroki asks, they did all of that for a headband? Unbelievable. Todoroki. We've got a problem. Huh, what's wrong, Yaoyorozu? The pony-tailed girl slowly turns to her partner on top. Our 10 million points, it's gone. They took it back. Todoroki checks all of the headbands around his neck, noticing the most valuable one is now missing. He then shifts to Team Midoriya, who is now reattaching his headband around his neck and then focusing his attention on Tokage. Now I get it. He never planned to take the headband back by himself. He was creating a diversion and let Tokage handle the rest. Damn it, I was so focused on him, I forgot about how dangerous her quirk is in this situation. What a recovery from 1A. While Team Bakugo stole their points back from Team Monoma, Team Midoriya is back in the lead with their 10 million. That was awesome. I never knew you were such a strategist, Midoriya. Major props. Thanks. I just hope our efforts are enough so nobody else comes after us. Suddenly, Bondo falls forward and lands on one knee, shocking the trio above him. Oh my gosh. Bondo. I'm okay. The yellow giant wheezed. I'm okay. Don't worry about me. Hold on a little longer. We're almost done, Midoriya begged, not wanting his teammate to faint early. Gee guys. Bakugo's coming back around, Uraraka utters as she notices Bakugo fly up in the air once again. He propels himself towards Midoriya, exclaiming, Deku. This isn't over. That 10 million is mine. Uh-oh. Bakugo's not done yet, only 10 seconds are left, and he still has his eyes peeled for first place. Oh no, what do I do now? Bondo is too tired to move. Midoriya gawks at Bakugo before looking at his shaking fist. I have no choice. I need to use One for All and shoot him away. He raises his fist towards the blonde as he cocks his middle finger back, letting the power flow within the appendage, then it hits him. Wait, he's too far away. I'll have to use my full power to reach him. But what if I hurt him too much with the blast? What if I hit one of the spectators instead, or even the ice behind him? No, I gotta focus. It's now or never. You're dead. Bakugo shouts as he inches closer to the green team. Everyone sweats bullets over the explosive teen's tenacity. And then, time's up. The explosive teen stops dead in his tracks as he falls face first into the ground. And with that, folks, the second round has come to an end. The three members of Team Midoriya slide off Bondo, with the latter getting on all fours. Uraraka turns to her giant teammate, Bondo. Are you okay? The bulky student wheezes, yeah, I'm fine. Just a bit winded, that's all. Meanwhile, both greenettes slouch in unison while huffing visible puffs of air. That was too close. I thought I was a goner. Yeah, no kidding. I think I had enough close encounters with that bomber guy for one day. Over where Bakugo flopped, his teammates rushed over to him. Bakugo, you okay there, man? The platinum blonde grumbled super loud while slamming one of his fists into the dirt repeatedly. Thanks to witnessing the scene firsthand, Zero quipped, I'll take that as a no. In Todoroki's team, the leader got off his teammates, muttering, damn it. He beat me to the punch again. Now, let's take a look at who our top 4 teams are. In first place, we got Team Midoriya. Hell yeah, we're in, guys. Setsuna cheered while pumping both of her fists next to Midoriya. She turns to the boy and raises one of her hands for a high five, up top. But immediately stops as she notices Midoriya's head facing the ground. Greenie. Are you okay? The boy slowly grins as wide as possible while turning to the girl, Tokage. He rapidly wraps his arms around her with tears of joy sprouting from his eyes. Thank you. We won first place because of you. Thank you so much. Tokage tries to maintain her cool over the fact that Midoriya was embracing her like he hadn't seen her in years. Yeah, thanks, it was, but it was slowly failing as her face glowed red, her hair flew in every direction, and steam erupted from her ears as she thought, oh my god. He's as hard as a rock under those clothes. Why didn't anyone tell me he's ripped? Should we join them? Uraraka asks from nearby, heavily blushing over Midoriya hugging another girl in front of her. Give me a minute, my head's still spinning. Bondo replies as he turns his head up to the green duo, that's odd. I've never seen Tokage turn into a rhubarb before. Yeah, me neither. Uraraka follows as she stares blankly at the scene, he's hugging her, just like that. In second place, it's Team Todoroki. We ended in second place. I never should have underestimated those four. Yaoyorozu noted, fully ashamed of their hollow victory. I apologize. I let everyone down, didn't I? Iida gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. That's not true. You're the reason we came so far in the end. That special move of yours worked wonders. Kaminari didn't add anything as he was too busy walking around with both thumbs pointing up and making a face that can only be described as derpy, likely a side effect of overusing his electric powers, for sure. In third place is Team Bakugo. Oh man, I can't believe we got all riled up for nothing. Ashido whined while shaking her hands in discomfort for using her quirk so much. True, but at least we're moving on to the next round, that's all that matters. Zero added while smirking, I doubt our leader would agree with you, there, Kirishima notes as he watches Bakugo sit back up. 1 minute, the guy sat there motionless, the next, gra hhh. Was the only thing that came out of his mouth as all three teammates stepped back. Should we talk to him? Ashido wonders. Hard no, sis. Zero crosses his arms while adding, I ain't touching that guy. Not even with a 39.5-foot pole. Gah, and in fourth place is Team what? I don't believe it. Team Shinso from General Studies scored in the top 4. When did they rise back from the dead? The scene pans to a slender teenager with messy, violet hair and pale, purple eyes, most likely the leader. He smirked at his accomplishment as he turned to his three teammates, including the pink girl of the support course. Shinso tells them, thanks for your help, lads. Later, and walks away, with two of them confused over what happened, and the pink girl groaning, darn it. I didn't get to show any of my babies to the big shots tuning in. That General Studies guy was bad for publicity. These 4 valiant teams will advance on to the final round. All Might at his stand sighed heavily over everything he witnessed. I don't know how you did it, young Midoriya, but you managed to score first place again with people not from your class. Good job. Meanwhile, during Midoriya's hug on Tokage, the girl slowly utters, hey, Midoriya. This caught the boy's attention as he recognized swirls emanating from her eyes. The hug's nice and all, but can you put me down, now? It's kinda embarrassing up here. Midoriya sweats heavily while glowing red as he puts the girl down while bowing repeatedly, oh my gosh. I'm so sorry, Tokage. I didn't mean to get into your space like that. Tokage took notice of this, waved back to him, and said, don't worry about it. It's all good, you were emotional back there. I get it. She then rotated her body away from Midoriya while rubbing one of her arms and blushing slightly, what the heck has gotten into me? He hugged me one time, and my heart is already going wild. I mean, I like it, but still. Midoriya blushed like crazy as he stared back at Setsuna, who was currently facing away from him. Given that she was in a gym uniform, he got a front row seat to witness more of the girl's curves. He blushed redder than ever, trying hard not to think about how good she looked in gym clothes. Fortunately, no one noticed, even after the girl turned back to the fellow greenette. There you are. Both teens witnessed Iida marching over to them, congratulations, you two. The green-haired girl was sucked out of her thoughts as she looked up at the speedster student, hey. Nice to see you made it to the next round, Iida. You really kept us on our toes back there. I must thank you for your praises, Tokage. Though I cannot say I contributed much. I only hoped that I'd assist Todoroki in any way I could manage. That said, I'm quite surprised you teamed up with Midoriya as opposed to your classmates. What was your reasoning behind it? Midoriya noticed Tokage didn't respond right away, so he chimed in with his answer. Tokage wants Class A and B to work together more. We thought that teaming up this round would be a good way to demonstrate that it's possible. Tokage added, yeah. That's right. Didn't want the rest of your class thinking 1B was loaded with haters. I see. That was quite the bold decision you two made. And I wholeheartedly agree. Given the rising tensions, this may be just what we need to quell this unheroic behavior. We should do this more often as upcoming pros. I know, right? Uraraka popped in next to her green teammates. Deku and Tokage got along so well in the last round. We need to get more people on this. Speaking my language there, sis. Tokage agrees as she leans onto Midoriya. The latter blushed at the action, but let it slide, treating it as payback for the hug. Okay, everyone, let's take an hour off for lunch break before we start the afternoon activities. See ya. Mike then turns to Eraserhead as he's getting off the air. Hey, Eraserhead. Let's go grab some grub. Hard pass. I'm taking another nap. Oh no, you don't. You're not getting off that easy. Come here. What? Hey, put me down, Mike. I'm still. Back at Tetsu's team, everyone was suddenly down in the dumps. What the hell just happened? We were in third place a minute ago, and we dropped to 0 points out of nowhere. Shiozaki muttered, perhaps it was karmic punishment for taking the little one's headband. I'm so ashamed of deceiving him. Damn it all. Give us a redo. Most of the contestants continued to huff in defeat as they foiled each other in the second round. Come on, guys, let's feast. Uraraka cheered, wanting to fill up. That's probably not a good idea, Uraraka. We're all in the finals, remember? Tokage grinned. Iida threw in his 2 cents. She's right, you know. It's important to maintain a balanced meal when we have so many tasks ahead of us in today's tournament. I wouldn't worry too much about it, guys, Izuku added. Lunch rush's food is filling, no matter how much we eat. Something then dawned on him. Oh yeah. Tokage, you want to join us for lunch? Sure, I've got to get Bondo over to the nurse's office, first, though. Tokage answers as she wraps one of the glue guy's arms over her shoulder. We'll come with you, Uraraka responded as she grabbed the other arm. You don't need to worry about him, Uraraka. You need to spend some time with your friends. True, but Bondo's my friend too, and he helped out so much in the last game. She has a good point. Both panned to Iida as he casually hand-chopped the air. Bondo was quite the formidable player in the former round. I doubt anyone else carried their team more so than he did. It's only fair we assist your classmate on the way to the nurse's office together. Bondo blushed a bit over the praise he's getting despite the paleness on his face. Tokage, though surprised as she was, also grinned at her 1A friend's generosity. All right. You guys can tag along too. It can't be helped, I guess. All 4 students proceed to escort Bondo over to Recovery Girl to make sure he isn't experiencing anything too life-threatening. As for Todoroki, he stared at Midoriya for a bit before looking at his raised left hand and slowly making a fist. I swore I'd never use his side to attack. Yet, he managed to overwhelm me and make it happen. I need to have a word with him. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.